How's everybody doing tonight? Starting a new puzzle today. Y-Top, I believe, is the manufacturer. Title appears to be Wooden Mechanical Claw. I mean, maybe it's supposed to say Mechanical Claw, but I mean, who am I to say? So I'm just gonna type it just like it is. I promised folks that I promised you that we would remove these pads, and I didn't. I kind of forgot. Maybe we can just remove them right now, like live on the stream. Let's give that a shot. I mean, it's day 0. We're just gonna unbox this thing, but I don't know. Maybe we could. I mean, maybe it's okay to leave these here, but I really hate them, and I'm going to try to get rid of them right now. What is going on under there? Yeah, there's actually 2 of them. All right, let's pull this one out. Yeah, I'm just going to throw these things right out. I mean, they've been here for over a year. They serve their purpose. I mean, maybe I'll clean them and preserve them. It's, you know, maybe they'll be used as like yoga mats or something, but they're not going to be used on this stream anymore. I want to do the same thing with the car seat covers in my car. There's a video of me talking about the car seat covers, and I've grown to hate them. I didn't even release the video yet of all the like mods that I got like for free to review in my 4Runner, and I like hate most of them. Basically, Toyota did a really good job of figuring out what you need, and most of the stuff, the mods, they don't make sense. Even the stuff that's like very simple, like, oh man, I gotta tighten that thing up. This like electric thing is now very loose. Here it is. This thing is now very loose without this padding underneath it. I mean, it was only like 1/8 of an inch, but I guess that's enough to make it extremely loose. Anyway, even the very simple mods for the car, like you put this little divider into the center console, like, I don't know, I guess that one I could keep, but like even that one is not good. Like, Toyota figured it out. There's like nothing I need to fix on a 4Runner. I remember the very first thing I guess those insert. The only thing that doesn't bother me is those. I don't even remember what they're called, but they're these little inserts that you put in all like the cup holders and stuff, and they're like they create a sort of color theme, and they have a little bit of rubber, and they're like slide on the bottom. Those are like the only things that I would rate positive. The console dividers and glove box dividers I probably keep, but like, oh, okay, and the floor mats. The floor mats are pretty good. And the sort of floor mat thing that goes in the back of the truck. You know, I need to do that video of talking about what's good and what's bad, but the car seat covers, they're definitely making me unhappy lately. And there's this thing I put on the steering wheel to create this color that matches the thing in the car seat covers, and I hate that too. And the very first mod I did, well, maybe the first one was probably the keychain. That was fine. The second one was probably the cup holder things, and that's fine. But I think either second or third, I don't know if it was before or after the same day as the cup holders, was these stem valve caps, and they were metal, and that's no good. Like, they're supposed to be rubber or plastic or whatever they are. Like, metal's no good. All right, I don't have anything on the screen right now. Oh, I forgot about this gap in the table. So now there's a visible gap in the table. What can I tell you? My table's not perfect. Maybe I can try to like push it back together or something. I don't think I can. I think we're just gonna get used to having a gap in the table, and that'll be part of the charm. Yeah, I watched some old videos and I saw the wood, and I was like, the show was better when we had that. Anyway, it's going to be a short episode today. We're just going to do this. We're just going to open this box, take a look at it, see what's in there. 201 pieces. Is it more than a meter long? No. What does that 300 mean? 300 millimeters. I'm not sure what that means. I think that's 36. I think it's more than a foot long, not more than a meter. That's like 0.36 of a meter. 6+, rated for puzzle, mechanical gears, 201 pieces. Difficulty level 4 out of 5. It's some Asian writing here. Is that Chinese? I don't know. Made from ecological wood materials, assembled without glue and chemicals. This model produces motion, projects through hands-on STEM learning. I'm just reading the sort of marketing on here. 3D wooden puzzle. All like, yeah, I don't know. Dongwang, Hinya, Yizi technology, I don't know. Industrial Park, Nanchang, Dongwang, Gongdang Province. I don't know if I'm saying any of these right or not. Do not put the product near the fire or immersed in water to avoid damage to parts. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I wasn't planning on using this in fire or water, but I'll be careful of that. All right, so I guess let's open this up and see what's in here. And I like this. I like having my desk back. And I like that it's on film. This is a really good desk. I got this desk, I think it was while I was making the electromagnet comic book, because I felt that I needed something like L-shaped desk. Like what I had before, it wasn't really a desk, but it happened to be about the height of a desk. And it was like, it's funny, I was using the center console. I'll talk about the Forerunner. But this was it was a console table. It's like a table you walk in the house and you like throw your keys on. So it's a little bit taller, kind of like a desk. Are desks taller than tables? I'm not even sure. Anyway, it was the same height as this. That's all I want to say about that table. But it wasn't the depth. Like, it probably like came to here. So, and it wasn't here. It was only this part. So it wasn't an L shape. It was like an I shape. And it wasn't like 2 feet long. It was like, I don't know, 16 inches, 18 inches. Let's call it 18 inches long. And that's where I was working, but then, if it hadn't happened when I was doing electromagnet, then it would have happened when I started working from home during, the 2020 lockdown. So, I mean, at work, I have an L-shaped desk. I've been there. Actually, it's June. So I think in like 6 days, I can start saying I'm in my 30th year. So, but I started as a freelancer, so I'm not sure it's exactly the same. But, in a few days, I'll have completed 29 years since I started working there. I'll start my 30th year. And then you'll hear me saying that I'm 30 years at my company. So anyway, I have an L-shaped desk at work, and I sit like right at the L. You sort of can't see it because it's like a little bit off camera, but imagine this is the L, these like corners. I like sit in the corner. That's at work, and I have my computer right there. At this home office, I have it a little bit shifted. So, which is kind of weird. I kind of like sit sideways all day long because I don't want to put the computer. I like to keep it like on this side because my window is on this side, and I don't want to block the window with the computer, even if it's only like partially blocking it. I just, something about it, like I don't want to do that. So I basically will like sit forward, then I'll sit one side, then I'll sit the other side, then I'll sit at the angle, but I'll look that way. So anyway, I got the desk because I was working on the comic book, so I would work all day at work in the L-shaped desk, and then I would come home and I would, I have my comic book applications on my home computer, and I would launch that and work, however much I could deal with, although I also would work remotely from my work. But the point is, I would be at my computer every night, at least till midnight, whether it was for work for my job or work on the comic book. So that's when I got this desk. So that makes this desk, at least a decade old. And I think it's like in perfect shape. And I added a truss to it. I don't know if you can see it here. Can you see this? Yeah, you can see it's on the side here, and it's on the top. And there you can see my monitor, and above that is another truss. And then in the back, corner, right where this camera is, there's another truss there's another beam. So there's 3 beams to the truss. One of them, I don't know if you can see, it's below the monitor here. There it is. I just touched it. That's it. So there's 3 towers, one in the middle and one at each end. And then there's 2, whatever, cross beams, cross sections. No, not cross sections. I forget what it's called. I know in gym, when you buy gym equipment, they have an official name, cross member. I think they call it cross member, which actually that's a stupid name. Anyway, so I bought the L-shaped desk a decade ago, and I bought the truss. I bought the pieces and I put it together myself, which is what anyone would do. It's not even, it's DJ equipment. It's made to be put together. It's like a super strong structure. Look at that. It's not even making a sound. I'm pulling at it, and I'm not a weak person. I was MVP in college in the shot put, so I'm not a wimp. And I'm pulling at this thing and nothing's happening. So that's because the desk is good. Now you might have seen a shake there. That's actually the things holding the cameras that are shaking. That's not the desk. So the desk isn't shaking. The truss isn't shaking. And those didn't come together. They're separate. So anyway, this desk has no problems. Nothing's faded. It was imported from Italy, which is crazy because I bought it because it was the cheapest one on Amazon. It was $180. And I was I don't know why this desk, which is in perfect shape 10 years later and was imported from Italy, was $180. Sometimes I feel like someone at Amazon is doing me favors or something like that. I don't know why. I don't know why particularly Amazon. YouTube does not do me any favors. They do me the opposite of favors. But Amazon, for whatever, seems nice. So yeah, this desk is awesome. The truss is awesome. And I guess happy streaming. So I've wasted enough time talking about meaningless stuff. Let's finally open this box. See what's in here. We're not going to build it today. We're just going to open it up. Take a look. What do you think? Is this the spot to open it? Probably. All right, I see a few spots. All right, the last couple here. Well, it's not a show about opening boxes. It's a show about looking at the model before we start building it. So I'll probably scan the instructions as well before we start building them, so I can have the instructions on. If you've ever seen, it's very common for me to have this view going where I've got the screen and the thing. I also usually have the scoreboard up on the screen. That thing just timed out in the corner because it was because I just faked it. All I did was touch the screen and to get it to come on, and then it whatever. It went away because it was artificial. So as you can see, the scoreboard is still set up for the previous puzzle that we did. So let's address that right now. So I guess we're going to call it Y-top mechanical claw. 201 pieces. All right, so let's do that. Y-cup mechanical claw. 201 pieces. No, what did I call this? Y-top? Yeah, Y-top. And then we have to pick up a topic of what I'm going to talk about. And for some reason, this claw, is this a weapon or is this an arm? Because I was thinking maybe it's an arm because it has a claw. And then I was thinking about George Washington having wooden teeth. Do they still teach that to youngsters, or is that like considered BS these days? George Washington having wooden teeth. I don't know. When I was a kid, that's what they taught us. So I thought for the theme for this one could be, what would you call it? Artificial. I sort of hate to go down this road because I'm not sure I want to spend all the time on this project talking about artificial body parts. Let's call it, I don't want to say body modifications because that sounds like you're destroying something that's perfectly fine. I'm not sure what I want to call it. Well, we've got a day to figure it out because we don't usually start the topic during day 0, but it's going to be something to do with that. You know, the George Washington wooden teeth thing. Something like that. The theme is going to have something to do with that. Maybe the Luke Skywalker. That's fictional, though. I think we should decide not to do fiction. Because George Washington, that's real. Well, maybe it's not anyone's business even what's like real. Like maybe George Washington doesn't want people to know he has wooden teeth. Nowadays they probably wouldn't tell anybody. Alright, the plastic's off. Let's take a look here inside. Alright. Instructions. I've seen this before. We didn't use the word Y-top before, but I definitely have had this before. I forget what puzzle it was with the glossy paper and the staple. I probably could find it. I usually keep all the instructions. Sometimes I get rid of them after I scan them, but I usually keep them. Wow, these are small, printed, and crowded instructions. I mean, we're going to work on them, we're going to scan them, and we're going to have them on the iPad where we could zoom in, so it's not going to be as big a deal. They're super glossy, and the pages are just like they're like printer paper, like 8.5 by 11. They're like most generic. Of course, they're not completely generic because they're super glossy, but I can't even describe it to you. They're much glossier than a comic book. Anyway, glossy instructions. What is going on here? Some pads, a Velcro strap. Okay, so the Velcro strap, so it's definitely going to attach to your arm. These pads look like they're sticky on one side. One of them is like artwork, this green one. I think, no, coated. That might be clear. I don't know what it is. This is like a pad. It's got a sticker on one end, but it's just a pad on the other end. There's a bunch of rubber bands, some wax, some doilies, and a screwdriver. That's what we got in there. A lot of rubber bands and the Velcro strap. That's crazy. All right. Yeah, definitely did another puzzle From the same manufacturer. I remember it came in the same bubble wrap with the adhesive still on it. And there's the sheets. These are thick sheets, which tells you that this toy is going to be playable after it's put together. Though looking at the size of these sheets, I think this is probably a kid's toy. I don't think it's going to fit around my arm. Anyway, let's take a look at these sheets. Get a closer look. I see this one is labeled A. But does that say like A5 or something like that? A5? What does that mean? 3 millimeter? Is that the thickness? I don't know. Something sticky on those instructions. My hands feel like sticky right now. Oh, is this the blade I had out the whole time? No, I think I closed it and reopened it. And I pulled the wrong blade out. Alright, A5. Let's see what the other boards say. E5. Why are they all 5? Well, E is the 5th letter in the alphabet. Is it like kind of 1 of 5, 2 of 5, 3 of 5, 4 of 5, 5 of 5? Except they'd say letters instead of numbers. I don't know. Let's see. We're going to find out when we look at some other boards. Yeah, these are thick boards. Because the toy, they don't want it to break. You're going to be like, it's going to flex. It's going to strap to your arm. And it's got a claw, which probably picks stuff up. So they went with some really thick board here. Yeah, look at these pieces. Everything is thick. All right. It's only 5 boards. One of them's not a full-size board. So there's A. What is the next one? Oh, D. It goes from A to D. B. And this one's upside down. Because if you see the package from the other side, they wanted you to see pieces from both sides. This is C. And yeah, it does say 5. I'm not sure why. So now A, B, C, D. I reshuffled them. I think this, are they all the same thickness? I think they are. I think they're all that same thick board. You know? There you go. Pretty thick. Even the little one is thick. Alright, so the little one is of what size? It's definitely not a full-size board. It's the full width. I just knocked a piece out. It's almost half. It's like a 40% board. Alright. And that's E of 5. Man, I keep knocking these ring pieces out. They're like just popping right out. Alright. I don't think we need that bubble wrap. I think that bubble wrap's just going to go, you know, for the next thing I need that... Because you can't rebuild these things. You, like, build them and that's it. So... I'm just going to save this bubble wrap for something. Excuse me. It's still got the tape on it. You know what? I'm coughing. This has happened on other unboxing episodes. There's some like coating on that wood. And it like gets in your throat and makes you cough. I got to be careful. I should wash my hands after every episode and, I don't know, gargle or something. Because I know Bob Ross had like medical issues because of the paints that he was dealing with every day. I don't want to have issues because I'm touching these models every night. Anyway, I'm sure it'll be fine. I'll just go wash my hands right now. You ready to finally start building this thing? Well, I don't know about finally. Are you ready to start building it? By the way... The title says wooden mechanical claw because that's what it says on the box. But when you open it up, it says mechanical claw, which I think we all like kind of knew that that's really what it was. But I don't know. I'm not going to change the title. I mean, I guess that's what it says on the box, and I guess we're going to stick to that. I did, I photographed it, the instructions. I didn't get out the flatbed scanner, but I did use the Google Drive scan button. If you're familiar with that button, it kind of does its best to not exactly scan, but at least it like rotates and crops and tries to make it look like a scan. It's basically a really quick way to get a PDF. So I like using Google Drive. I like turn this. How many pages is this thing? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, because it's double-sided. Did I get all 8 pages? Let's see if I did even. How do I get to the next page? No, that's not it. Oh my goodness, now I'm like the wrong page. 1, oh, I gotta go down. All right, 2, you don't even see what I'm doing. All right, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, there's only 6 pages here. Probably one of the pages was like, I probably flipped to it once at one point. So I didn't even do a good job. So I'll probably rescan it before tomorrow's episode. But I guess as long as I got the first couple pages, we can get started. So yeah, there's 4 pages times 2 is 8. I see that I only have 6, which means I probably, there's probably like 2 pages stuck together and I didn't notice it. Anyway, in Google Drive, there's now a scan button. It's kind of a new button. It's there. Anyway, let's just get started. And if we get stuck because we don't have enough instructions, then we resume at some other time. All right, let's see what we got here. Mechanical claw assembly. Is that a rubber band across the top? It looks like it. There's another rubber band. There's the strap, the Velcro strap. Precautions. Follow the assembly instructions and assemble in order. Please assemble according to the number of accessories in the instructions, i.e. take them out and use them immediately. To avoid assembly errors, disassembly, or missing assembly. Use sandpaper to gently polish the joints burrs after removing the accessories to avoid burrs pricking your hands. Children must assemble under guidance of their parents. It is recommended to have a copy of self-made quick dry or white latex before assembling. Parts loosened during assembling can be used to aid in bonding. What? What is he talking about? Are you talking about wearing latex gloves? Self-made quick dry white latex. That sounds like whiteout. You know, that like stuff that it's like a little paintbrush and a little like nail polish bottle, and you put it on a document. Like in the old days when people used to type documents. Anyway, let's just get started here. I guess we're going to go by panels, not pages, because there's like, how many panels per page? First page has 16 panels. So, that looks like my photography/scanning was not very good. But we're going to figure it out. Are these pieces labeled? Yeah, 2A5s, 2A14s. So, panel 1. So, yeah, I got to change that. Right now it says page, so we got to change page to panel. Easy enough, right? All right, now it says panel. So panel 1, that's where we're starting, panel 1. It requires 4 pieces. 2A5s and 2A14s, right? Is that what it does? A14 times 2, and then A5 with 2 arrows coming out of it. 4 pieces. How many pieces total is this puzzle? 201? I wonder if that's accurate. All right, so it looks like all 4 pieces are going to come from the A board. What board is this? That's the E. A should be first, right? Yeah, here it is. Here's the A board. So A5, it looks like an A14 goes in the middle. Are these all A5s? No, that's A1. These are probably all A1s. But they kind of look like the A5 that I'm looking for. Alright, here's A5. So there's 6 A1s down here. And there's 6 A5s up here. So we're going to grab 2 A5s. And then 2 A14s, which I think... Yeah, this is the A14s. There's actually a ton of those A14s. But for the moment, we just need 2 of them. Alright, it looks pretty good. There's like separator sheet in between every piece. There aren't like... I didn't see a lot of embedded pieces and a lot of like one after another sort of pieces, so that when they're like, sometimes they'll put like 14 pieces and they'll have them like touching each other. So if you only need 2, you sometimes knock out more than 2 because they're like, they're not separated. Let me show you. There's board between each of these pieces. Sometimes they'll put these, they'll make like one hole basically, and these middle parts won't even be here. And then these tops and bottoms and lefts and rights will all be connected. So like this piece will be connected to this piece here and to this piece here. This piece will be connected to this piece, and this piece. And it makes it such that when you punch them out, you end up punching out more than you need. But that doesn't seem to be the case today. All right. So here's an A. No, I got to get it right. All right, look, the curve is going to the top. This little, it looks like someone with a long thigh and a short shin. I don't know, something like that. All right, and then there's 2 round pieces inside and 2 square pieces. So the A14 is the square, but if you look at the A14, I don't think it's symmetric. Is it? I think that one side is like thicker than the other. So which is the side that goes in here? It's not obvious to me. I guess I'll just stick it in, and if it's loose, then I'll try the other side. Yeah, that's mega loose. So the fatter side goes in there. So if you put it in and it's completely loose, take it back out again, rotate it 90 degrees, and then you should get... No, this thing's loose in every case. Wow. It's just loose. I don't even know what piece this is. Well, it could be anything. Not that you don't normally know from the first piece. I don't know. It's something. Gonna go somewhere. Don't really know where, but there it is. All right. Big, small, insert direction. Ah, okay, so we were supposed to put the skinny pieces in. We put the... Oh, no, we were supposed to put the fat pieces in. Big, small, insert direction. So the big end gets inserted. All right. Pay attention to the installation directions when installing A14. Insert the large 2 sides into the holes. We probably should have read that first. All right, so guess what? Before we even get to panel 2, we have a ×3. So we have to do this 3 more times, which we saw those pieces in the board. So we're going to pop out those additional pieces, make 2 more of these, and we're going to increase the counter to 12 because we're making 3 of these. All right. So we need 4 more A14s and 4 more A5s, and we got to remember to keep everything going the right way. Wow, these pieces just pop right out, huh? I'm popping out pieces unintentionally. But meanwhile, the pieces I need, not so easy to pop out. Wow, that was loud. So I got rid of the padding down here, and now the table is loud. That could be an issue. I mean, the podcast is called Just Rest Your Eyes, and people are supposed to fall asleep. So I got to figure out, at least when I put this piece down, it can't be on that loud table. I have to find somewhere else to put it, or maybe get a little bit of padding, like a mouse pad's worth of padding, just for putting tools down on. That's not a bad idea. I might do that. I mean, it's very easy to acquire a mouse pad, and it will I like the wood of this table showing, but I didn't like when I put this metal piece down how loud it was. So maybe I'll get a little mouse pad, keep it over off to the side here, just for dropping tools on it without them being loud. What do you think? Does that sound like a good idea? I think so. Some of these A14 connectors are snug, but most of them aren't. But sometimes they are. So we said we'd talk during these episodes about, I guess we called it body morphing or something, because this mechanical claw seems like a body morph. So I said that I would think about some others, but I didn't really come up with anything. Oh, by the way, we got another one of these times 3. So 2 A4s, 2 A14s, and then times 3. So it's going to be 12 more pieces, and we're going to make something else. And it says here, pay attention to the installation directions when installing A14. Insert the large 2 sides into the heel holes. Alright, so we're going to do that. So I was thinking, I think maybe this popped into my head because it was relevant when I was a kid, and that's a glass eye. I was in, I think he was in my class, or, they had like 2, he was in my grade, I think, but they had 2 classes, and he was in the other class. And, I think it was actually, it would have been a tragedy if it was someone else's BB gun, but I think it was actually his own BB gun, and he was, I don't know, the rumor at school was that he was like, I mean, I know you shouldn't say rumors, but this was 40 years ago. Anyway, the rumor was that he was like shooting a BB gun at a basketball, and somehow it bounced and hit his eye. Like, is that the first? Like, that's bad luck, right? Do you think he got hit with the BB in the arm first, like, or do you think it went first hit right to his eye? Anyway, who knows? But that's what I was, that was what they said at school. Shooting a BB gun at a basketball being dribbled, and ricochet took out his eye. That's what we were told. I don't know if that's accurate. You know what? I didn't punch out the right piece here. I punched out A1 when I was supposed to be doing A4 because it just looked like the right piece, but it wasn't the right piece. This is A6. Wow, they all look like they could be the right pieces. Where the hell is the A4 that we actually need? Here it is. There's the A4. A very small piece, but we'll grab it. So anyway, this kid got a glass eye. And this is, again, 1970s or maybe 80s by that point. And basically, at that time, I can say that it looked very real, as long as he wasn't looking left or right, because then I think it didn't move. But like when it was just sitting there, it looked real, but I don't think it did anything other than look real. Nowadays, I believe they can do more. There's, I remember this book I read referred to it as neuroplasticity. And it was like if a person's brain was damaged, like let's say they damaged the part of their brain that was responsible for hearing. I'm saying hearing because vision is more complicated, but it could work for vision too. But let's say for hearing, I think cochlear implants are kind of like this. But basically, the way your hearing works, I'm not really an expert on it, but it's basically like these little hairs get like moved by whatever, and that movement of those little hairs gets interpreted by your brain as sound. It is sound, but it has to be rendered in your brain. Like, all that really happened was, some hairs in your eardrum got tickled. And your brain has to come up with the sound. And this is why you sometimes could have like a buzzing sound or something, because your brain needs a few seconds to filter out, let's say, some movement in those hairs that isn't actually a sound, but the brain like has to do something with it. So it might for a second or two treat it as a sound. I guess it would be a serious problem if the person couldn't recalibrate something like that. But anyway, so neuroplasticity would be, or using neuroplasticity to repair a person's hearing would be putting a device that does the same thing. The sound causes it to move a bunch of little hairs or ticklers or whatever you want to call them, and then the person brain interprets that sound. Like, it's not going to work on day one. It's going to take time. It's like how you would rehab your knee if you were injured. You're like recalibrating your hearing, and it could take a long time because you're going from having something built into your ear to having some like little patch somewhere on some sensitive part of your skin that's going to translate for you. Oh my goodness, I never moved the panel to 2, and I never moved the counter of pieces to 24. So we were a little behind there. All right, so these 3 pieces were from panel 1, and they were 12 pieces. When they were, deconstructed, there were 12 pieces. There are 3 pieces now that are construction. And these 3 were from panel 2, and they're another 12 pieces. So first panel, second panel, 12 pieces, 12 plus 12, 24. That explains the scoreboard. Let's move on to the next panel. So what is the next panel? Is obviously panel 3. Where is it? Is my question. I see panel 4 here. That means panel 3 is right here. Panel 3. All right, so what are we doing here? We are going to use the A1. We're going to use the A2. Wow, there's a lot going on here. And then on panel 4, we're going to use the A3. Then panel 5, then panel 6. I'm waiting for it eventually to get a ×3, but maybe it's not going to. It is going to, and it's way down here. So we're going to do a lot before we get to that ×3. So what we'll do is, as we're moving along, we'll keep collecting the pieces in 3 times the volume that they ask for, because we know there's a ×3 coming up. All right, so panel 3 requires 4 pieces, A1, A2, A21, and A18. So those 4 pieces we're going to count as 12 because we're going to do this 3 times. So each step as we go along, we're going to do 3 times, even though we know it's not a times 3 until the end. All right, so panel 3, 12 pieces. We're now up to 36. Oh my goodness, something's going on here. Basically, something I was listening to was playing without me paying attention to it. So how far are we into this show? 22 minutes. So I have to rewind this 22 minutes. This is crazy. It's clearly gone more than 22 minutes from when I paused it. I don't know what was going on here. Anyway, I'm just going to rewind it to a reasonable point. All right, and I'm going to do the 36 because we said we're going to increment the counter to 36. The piece counter. All right. So we're going to grab 3 A2s, 3 A1s, 3 A18s, and 3 A21s. All right. So the A1s are going to eventually go on both sides. But we're going to start off with 3 of them. All right. And we're going to need, all right, A21. I guess the next piece is A2. So A2 has a little graphic on it. So we're going to follow the inside out rule for that, which is that we're going to assemble it so that you can see the ink. Makes sense, right? Why would they put ink if you were not supposed to see it? All right, so we need 3 A21s, which is just a little pin here, and then 3 A18s, which is a slightly larger pin. These pieces are just falling out. I don't know if that's good or bad. I'm surprised they didn't fall out when they were just sitting in the box. There's like nothing holding them in. I press on them, they pop right out, which is maybe a good thing. All right, so here's our 12 pieces, 4, 8, 12. Now, we got to assemble them. This looks like, can anyone play Gears of War? Where they have that rifle with the chainsaw at the bottom? Kind of looks like that. Anyway, I'm kind of confused here because when I look at the picture, they seem to have the saw blade on top. Okay, yeah, that's how they do it. The saw blade on top and this butt here. Okay, now, how does this go together? So the A2 is going to go into those pieces with the graphic at the top, I think. Well, at the bottom, at the front bottom. So I think that's what we're doing here. So we got the graphic visible, and then we have to stick in A21 and A18. A21 is the smaller piece. A18 is the bigger piece. It's unclear to me where it's going. There's 3 slots, so it's definitely not clear. Well, I think the A21, which is the smaller one, goes in this middle here. What I don't know is if it goes like vertical or horizontal. And then the A18, again, not super clear, but I think it goes in the last piece. And again, I think it goes like sideways. This is all kind of guessing. Sticks through, by the way. All right, so we did one. I think we can do another just like it. Hopefully quicker, because now we know what we're trying to do. Yeah, Much quicker now. And one more. Yep. I almost thought there was a piece missing. It's right there. It's on its side, which made it tough to see. All right. See how simply it falls out, easily it falls out. All right, now on to panel 4. What's going on panel 4? It looks like it's all they're doing is putting in, what is that? That's the A3 piece. So we're going to need 3 A3s. So that's going to bring us to 39 pieces. The piece counter goes to 39 pieces. All right. A3 is that piece. Kind of was right next to the A2. Oh yeah, there's a lot more sounds without that pad at the bottom. Definitely gonna have to be careful about that. Maybe I'll even have to put the padding back. Kind of hate to do that, but I might have to. It's an asymmetric piece, so the short end goes towards what I'm calling the front. It would be a front if it was a Gears of War rifle. Sorry that I forget the name of that chainsaw rifle. But it's like the default weapon, I'm sure you. I don't know if it actually is the default, but it seems like it. I think it is. Oh my goodness. I knocked 2 pieces out. So anyway, I was talking about that neuroplasticity is a concept which is taken advantage of by the cochlear implants for people who've deaf or just, it's like a surgical hearing implant that, you know, recreates missing sensations so that your mind will, or your brain will re-render the sounds. So I think modern eyes probably, I don't know if they're as good as a cochlear implant, but they probably do something. And that's not what the glass eye did 30 years ago. All right, so panel 5, we're adding A and B to the, so the stuff we built previously, we're now going to add to the thing we're building now. And then on part 6, we're going to add another A1, which is going to bottle everything together. Apply wax inside and on both ends of the circular holes at the red circles. All right, so what that's referring to is these pieces that we built but didn't assemble yet. They each have like 2 holes, and the holes are on both sides. So we have to do this like 12 times. So pardon me for a minute while I, wax up these 12 holes. Just trying to find the wax here. Here it is. It would be great if it was the size of the hole, but it's too big. So we're going to have to sort of just get the corner of it in there. So obviously something is going to rotate inside of these holes if we're needing to wax them. I wish the wax would fit in there, because now the way I'm doing it, it's like leaving wax all over my table. I mean, I'll clean it up at the end, but that's another reason why I got rid of those squishy desktops. They were like catching all this wax and splinters. The splinters would like thread into them and not come out. The wax would like smush into them and be permanently there. Basically, they were getting disgusting, and I didn't like my arms touching them, so I threw them out. But maybe I'll just get new pads, or maybe I'll wash those pads. I say I threw them out, but they're actually still in my room, so maybe I'll just clean them. I don't know. I don't want to put them in the washing machine. Like, what if it breaks it? Can you put a mouse pad in the washing machine? It's like a giant mouse pad, basically what those pads were. Wow, getting wax all over my desk. What a mess. Alright, so we're going to put these in pairs onto these, but I'm not sure how. We got to figure it out. Alright, this one, I think they're showing this, the bumps, like one bump going towards the front, the lower bump going towards the front. But then how does this attach? Because they had us put the, oh, it goes through the circle. That's why they had it like rotate, right? And the other one too? Oh, where's the bottom half of the circle go? Ooh, they're going to go together, I think. I'm not sure. Maybe. Alright, times 3. Oh my goodness, this thing is like falling apart. But hopefully as we add more pieces, it becomes more stable. This middle piece is really tricky. Alright, the lower bump goes towards the front. But it falls apart. See, it keeps falling apart? I don't know if you can see that. It's falling apart. And this thing's falling apart before I even get to it. Wow. Not good. See what I mean? Falling apart. Wow. It's probably the best way to do it. Just leave them like sitting down like that. But then they come apart. Alright. At least for the moment, everything is looking right. Alright, moving on to panel 6. We're going to slip the 3A1s on the other side, and hopefully things are going to get a little more stable. So that brings us up to 42 pieces. And we need 3 A1 pieces. We've got them. We've got them all out here, so that's great. Wow, it's going to make 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 connections at once. But 3 of them are... no, not exactly. Yeah, they're 5 connections. I was going to say 3 of them were easy, but that's not accurate. None of them are really easy. Okay. It's clearly not in. It's like sliding off in the front. Okay. Let's line that up. Try again. Alright, it went on there, but now the back is off. Or is it the front? The side with 2 clips is off. Oh, that's on. That's done. That one of them's done. Okay. 1 down, 2 to go. I'm not sure that these are strong connections being made. These could pop open again. Yep. Yeah, definitely not the strongest of connections. They just pop right on and off. front is not on at all. As soon as I say that, it pops on. There we go. It's not a good connection. It can pop off at any moment. But for the moment, it's on. Definitely hoping for more stabilizing pieces. And then in the coming panels, because this is not going to stay together like this. Far from it. All right. Well, at least for the time being, we're good. That's all we've done so far. Is build those 3 sections. All right. Where's 7? It goes straight from 6 to 8. Oh, 7 is way back here? Like, what's going on? I don't even understand what's happening there. How is that 7? Oh, it's a little clip goes on top. A16 clip is going to go on top. Yeah, that's going to help hold everything together, hopefully. So that's panel 7. The A16 clip, 3 of those, that's 45. So, I guess this stuff is going to kind of clip together. Let's see what this A16 looks like. Like a little bracket, hopefully. Yeah, absolutely. Actually, it looks like aliens from Space Invaders. If you remember that game from, what, it's got to be 45 years at this point, at least. All right, we're going to put these clips on. Where, though? What part does it attach to? Is it there? I don't see it. We're going to have to guess and say that this is where it goes. It's definitely going to hold it together once we get it on. So that's a very good piece. All right, and it's on. One of them's on. 1 down, 2 to go. Come on. There we go. All right. Done. At least for those 3 pieces. Are they in there nice and secure? I just want to double check them. 3 little pieces, ready to go. There's our check mark. Good job, good job. All right, 8. What kind of order are these panels in? All right, 8 is starting a new thing. I don't know if it's going to have another ×3 or not. Where's 9? There's 9. Like, where's 10? Like, here's 8, here's 9. Where the hell is 10? Okay, here's 10. And then there's a ×3. Yeah, we can do that. We can do that. So it's going to be a ×3. All right, so 8 is 3 pieces. A6, A18, and A21. And it's going to be ×3. Wait a second. We never did 7. Oh my goodness. We never mentioned that we were on panel 7. That's when we put the 3 clips on. All right, panel 8. We're starting a new section. It needs A6, A18, A21. There's going to be a times 3 when we get to A10. So we're going to count in triple as we go along. So these 3 pieces are actually going to be counted as 9 pieces. So that's going to bring us to 54. Which is nice. I think that's a good level to be at this point, you know. Like more than a piece per minute I think we're doing. That's good. All right, A6, yeah. I'll tell you what, there's more A6s than... They're probably going to go on the other side is my point. And one of them fell out. Where's that? Where's the A6 that fell out? Here it is. All right, so let's grab 3 A6s. Though clearly we're going to need 3 more at some point. 3 A21s. These are the same pieces from a minute ago. And 3 A18s. Yeah, these are absolutely the same pieces as a minute ago. Like the same pins are being used for this section as were used for the prior section. Which is totally fine. I mean, that's how you would do it in real life, right? You would, you know, for the most part, use the same like nuts and bolts. All right, the A21 is the shorter one, and that goes mid. There's no ink side out on these. It again looks like a weapon. Like there's the barrel, there's this like scope. What is going on with these pieces? And the A18 goes in the back. So I'm calling this where the A21 goes closer to the front because front, if that's a barrel, you actually have to be careful when you're talking, especially live streaming on YouTube, not to use words that sound like parts of weapons, because even saying that word could lead to my stream ending. Like they have some AI bot that like monitors all the streams, and it's happened to me before. It absolutely will cut off your stream if you're creating a model of a weapon and you're talking about it as you're doing it, which of course you would be talking about it as you're doing it. Did I put those in the wrong? I might have put those in the wrong side. Let me check the previous one. Basically, if you're looking at it with the barrel on the right and the hump in the middle, then the pieces should seem to be at the top, which is how I did 2 of these, but one of them I did wrong. So I'm going to fix that one that I did wrong. All right, now they're all looking the same. Hopefully that's correct. Moving on to 9. What's happening in 9? Oh, are they connecting it to the previous thing that we built? I don't follow how they're doing that. Let me see 10. Oh, to the bottom, okay. And then we're going to be 3 A6s at the bottom. Okay. All right. So we're only at 9 right now. So I'm not going to increment the counter just yet. I'm just going to feed this through the bottom. So like here's the existing structure we built. There's 2 circles here. And these A18 and A21, I believe they're supposed to go through the circles. Or are they supposed to go in the slots? Can you tell? Definitely the circles, I think. Definitely, I think. That's definitely what I think. Is it correct? Who knows? All right, so the barrels of these, if you're thinking of these as barrels, they face in opposite directions. All right, that's cool. I kind of want to put the other like A6 on, but I feel like I have to wait until the instructions say, just because of the way we're doing the counter. Like, we're counting the panel and the pieces, and if I can't count the pieces until I get to that panel. Or I could just advance the panel now, but then not all of this stuff will be put together. See what I mean? It's like I have an idea how to do this that's more efficient, but the panel counter will be off if I do it my way, or the piece counter, however you want to look at it. Basically, it won't match theirs. All right. Anyway, no longer an issue because I have the 3 A6s on. Now we're going to go to A10 and add 3 more A6s. So now we're up to 57, panel 10, 57 pieces. And we're just going to add those 3 more A6s, which we saw. We knew were coming. Like stuck on there. Stuck on there good. Alright. Now, we're just going to match up with the other one. With the first A6. Right? I think so. That's the plan. Alright, doesn't seem to be working. Alright, let's pick it up and try it again. I was trying to do it like laying down flat on a desk, and I couldn't get it lined up. I still can't get it lined up. What is going on here? Am I putting it in the wrong spot? Okay, now it finally went in. Oh my goodness. It won't go in. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. Lined up, push it in. Alright, now it's in. Alright, so can see something. Oh, this is the claw. We've been building the business end of the claw this whole time. Oh, that's cool. So it's probably like a 3-pronged claw. You sure there's 8 pages here? I mean, we're still on the first page. And we're building the claw already. It feels like good. Like we're doing something right. Can kind of see how it's going to operate. It's like open, closed, you know? And there's probably going to be some trigger that operates that. Which is why the next instruction calls for a rubber band to be placed on. You can see there already. Actually, that we got to do that now. That's part of 10. So let's add 3 more pieces, and we're up to 60 because it says buckle the rubber band into the corresponding slot as shown in the diagram. The installation was not completed correctly at this time. What? The installation was not completed correctly at this time. What's that supposed to mean? Buckle the rubber band into the corresponding slot as shown in the diagram. The installation was not completed correctly at this time. I don't know if that means the rubber band is going to be moved to somewhere else later, or they're just predicting that we did it wrong. Anyway, the 3 A6s are on. So we're going to increase the counter to 60 to account for the 3 rubber bands. We already did that. Oddly, the rubber bands are not labeled as pieces. Like, I don't know. I mean, I saw rubber bands in this. Oh my goodness, I'm sorry. I dropped the tool again. I'm just going to have to get a wooden tool so it's not so loud, because that's definitely going to wake people up. All right, let's just grab the 3 rubber bands. I don't know what they're called. Honestly, I'm not even sure where they're going to go. I just know one of them is going to go on each claw in some way. All right, there's 3 rubber bands. One of them stuck together. Unstuck it. Okay. Now, how do we place them on? Dang, no idea. It's showing the rubber band in like 3 positions. Is it trying to say that's the path it takes to putting it on? Which would be put it on the bottom first, pull it around the back, clip it to the top. Let's try it. Maybe that's exactly what we're supposed to do. Alright, so when I picked this up, the pins fell out, which is annoying. Alright, clip it to the bottom. Yeah, I see a spot down there to clip it to. I see a spot up there to clip it to. But is it going to stay together? That's it doesn't seem like it would. But we're going to try. Oh man. Not only does it stay together, it works. That looks good. Yeah, that's it. Let's do the other 2 rubber bands. Now I feel like this is a great thing to do. It's not going through. See what I mean? I had it, but it's like falling apart for some reason. Doesn't stay together. Now let's try again. Let's try a second one. So get it hooked on the bottom. Bring it across the back. Why is it not working? It worked so easy the first time. I guess it was beginner's luck. Bring it up to the top, hook it in. That's good. That's good. Doesn't make the satisfying sound this time. I think it's taking the right path. First one made a better sound. Yeah. The first one makes a better sound. Is there anything different about them? No. Second one just doesn't make the satisfying sound. Sadly. Oh, did we never put this A6 on? Or did it fall off? I think we never put it on. Because, like, how could it have fallen, like, so far? All right, let's get this one on. Start the rubber band at the bottom. Bring it around the back. Loop it on the top. Bob's your uncle. And we got the click. We got the satisfying click. I think that's pretty good. We built 3 like functioning, pincers of the claw. That one, the first one has the best sound. I'll just do them by the mic. 1, 2. Oh, the sound on 2 is improving. Now 3 has no sound. Okay, so maybe the sound takes a while because suddenly 2 now has a sound. Anyway, that was 10. We're at 60. I think that's nice. 10 panels, 60 pieces. That's good. It says wooden mechanical claw. It's actually mechanical claw. It's a typo. When you see the instructions, they say mechanical claw assembly, so it's mechanical claw. First day, according to the scoreboard, we got through 10 panels and 60 pieces. So I guess these claws are 20 pieces each. Basically, we made 3 of them. They work pretty good. It looks like they're like the main. This is the claw, right? There's like 3 of them. I guess there's 3 of them, right? There's that middle one and there's top and bottom. So I guess there's 3. And we've also been talking about body morphing. During the episodes it comes up. And I saw a guy today. I didn't search for it or anything. It just showed up on Twitter. And the post was something, I could probably find it. Hold on a second. What camera were you on? Let me see. Yeah, I just bumped my head into the camera, but I don't think it's even that noticeable. Okay, I see now. You're not up to it yet. It's like a 20-second delay. Yep, that's it. You'll see in 20 seconds. No, wait, or did you already see? No, you already saw. I'm watching the 20-second delay. Okay, you got to rewind. Now probably 30 seconds. This fell on the floor. And I went to get it, and I got it. And then when I was coming back up, I hit my head on the camera, and you can see the camera shake. So when I was talking, it was after you had seen it. You're hearing it. I was talking as you were seeing it, but you're hearing me like 20, 30 seconds later. Anyway, I hit my head on the camera. The camera shook, but it looks like the camera's fine now. So we're going to continue this mechanical claw. And I saw some guy on Twitter. He was like, I don't know what happened, but he didn't have fingers, but he had these like erector set like fingers that he had made himself. I'm going to see if I could find it like off camera. I'm going to look for it. And then if I find it, I'll bring it back on camera. But I'm not sure if it's even going to like, I don't know when's the last time I launched Twitter on this, or X as they call it these days, on this, on my iPad. So I don't know if it's going to go into my account. And if it doesn't go into my account, it's going to be tougher to find. Yeah, it's going to be tougher to find. Especially because then now I would need my phone. Because my phone has like the password. You know, they send a double authentication, and I already put the phone like away for the day. So I'll just describe it. The guy, for some reason, I think it was his left hand. For some reason, he didn't have fingers. And he had some strap here on his hand. And he had a human thumb. But then he had these like erector set fingers. I think they were actually a little bit larger than, I don't know, maybe they were the normal length of fingers. My fingers appear stubbier than they actually are, because my wrist is like huge. I think it comes, shot putters wrap their wrists when they throw, but I never did. And I was like, college MVP level shot putter, when I was in college 30 years ago, and I never wrapped my wrist. I remember in high school, like plenty of times hurting my wrist, but for some reason, nobody ever advised wrapping it. So I never did. So I think as a result, I just have like extra strong wrists or something, or extra big. So anyway, the point is the guy's hand looks normal, not like my hand. But he said there was a gimbal, and he showed it back here. So I think it's not like, when you think about the fake hand that Luke has in Star Wars, it's like attached to his nervous system, and he like controls it with his brain. Whereas this guy was controlling it with tilts, and it would like open. I think the only things he could do was open, close, and then spread, contract, or close them while they're in any state of spread or, contract. Anyway, the guy built some erector set. He had some wrist strap and some gimbal, and basically he built it. I just, okay. Let me get to work here. I'm not going to find that video. So you'll just have to see it for yourself. All right, so panel 10. Did we do panel 10? Always a question when you start a new episode. Did we do that panel, or did we do panel 9? There's panel 10. Oh, we definitely did panel 10. Yeah, we even did the rubber bands. Buckle the rubber band into the corresponding slot as shown in the diagram. The installation was not completed correctly at this time. Yeah, we definitely read that, because I remember thinking, how do they know it wasn't completed correctly? But like, they also have a comma followed by an uppercase T. So it's like obvious that it's not written by a native English speaker. So I'm not even going to worry why it says the installation was not completed correctly at this time. Like, how would they know that? They don't know that. Maybe I did it perfect. But anyway, they wrote that. It meant something to them when they wrote it. I don't have a guess right now what it meant. All right, but we're going to move on to 11. And it looks like 11 is 4 pieces, or is that only 3 pieces? I think that's only 3 pieces. I think we're going to take A25, A26, and A11, and that's going to create this little thing that you see here. All right, so we're going to do that right now. So we're going to say that we're up to panel 11, and there's going to be 63 pieces. So, and they're all from the A sheet. A25, A26, and A11. That's the E sheet. Oh man, I keep popping those little donuts out of the E sheet. I better just not touch that sheet. All right, I see the A11s right here. It looks, it's like a theme here. There's the larger, same idea, right? They're like sort of a triangle pattern with pieces that are going to pass through them, and they're getting like progressively larger. And look at all the connectors on this A12. I don't think that's a design. I think those are things are going to slide through there and connect to there. I don't know. We'll find out. Here's A25 and A26. All right, so what are we going to do with these things? We're going to put them together as per the instructions. But how is that? It looks like the A25. Let's try to match their orientation. So they're starting with the A25. And I pick up the A26, and they basically just push them together. Is that all they're doing? Yeah, that's it. That's all they're doing. And then once they do that, they put it into the A11. Now, does it matter which side I put it in? There is a triangle here. But I don't know, like, yeah, there is a triangle at the bottom. I see that. But I don't see any difference in this piece that I'm holding. The only thing I can say is that one side has like, this like side has a plus, and this has like an arrow shape. But looking at the instructions, I can't tell which side is which. Let's see if we zoom in. Yeah, no, I still can't tell. The only thing I can say is that before we put it together, we were holding it in the same position. So I assume it's the back that goes in here. But I don't know how far it's supposed to go in. Oh, okay, it stops when it gets there. All right, solved. The issue is solved. Only one side fits in there. It definitely looks like something else is supposed to go in there. You see there's like a space in the middle. There's like a little square. If you can imagine, like, not this piece, but you could put it in there. All right, that wasn't so demonstrative. Is there a screwdriver in here? That will help me explain this better. I reached off camera to grab a screwdriver, so now you can see here. Well, it doesn't go in too far, but you can see it does go in there. So something's going to probably go in there, but for now, we're just going to kind of leave it here. And we're going to move on to panel 12. So, where is panel 12? Oh, wait a second. Here's panel 12. So we already did panel 12? So panel 11 was just sticking A25 and A26 together. Panel 12 was sticking those together pieces into A11. All right, so now we're looking for panel 13. That's 15. That's not going to work. That's 16. 14. That's panel 13. Remember that thing we were talking about? There's a little space to stick something in the back of that. Well, we're gonna stick A7 in there, and then that's it. Then we're done. My question is though, where's the triangle? Because maybe it doesn't matter, but there's two options for how to stick that A7 in there, and there's a little triangle. You see that little triangle? So does the A7 go in line with the triangle or like parallel to it? I don't see the triangle when I look close up there. There is, though, when you go to 14, now it's showing you the triangle. I think that's what that's showing. But it doesn't show it on A13. So maybe it doesn't really matter. I don't know. Anyway, it's the 64th piece. There's A7. Sure enough. All right. What do you want to do? Parallel or perpendicular? Let's do it along the base of the triangle. That feels like maybe that's right to me, but I don't know. Yeah. Well, we could end up being wrong with that and have to switch it. You know, it didn't feel that snug. I wonder if I put it in the other way, if it's going to be more snug. No, that'll go in either way. And we don't know which way is correct. Who knows? We'll find out. So, I guess A14 now? And we're going to find out. Well, that was A13. That A7 piece was panel 13. Now we move on to panel 14. And what are we even doing here? Like, what are they showing us here? I don't know. It's not labeled. If that's a new piece, it's not labeled. The only thing that's labeled is A8. And I think what they're trying to say is that triangle, like there's a triangle on the piece that we have, and I guess there's another triangle on A8, and they should match up, I guess. Is that what that's saying? All right, so let's find A8. See what that looks like. There's a piece that fell out. It could be that piece. No, it's this piece. And there's the triangle. So there's a triangle on A8, and there's a triangle here. And I think the only thing we need to know is that the triangles go together. So there's the triangles. There's the two triangles. Now they're lined up. What do you think? Is that correct? Knock this piece out. Maybe that means that's good, I think. I think maybe that means that this was in incorrectly. Maybe that's what that means. Maybe not. I'm not sure. Seriously, I have no idea. Where is it going? Is it still in there? Okay, that must be correct because that thing really sunk in. All right, so it goes in parallel to the base of the triangle. That's the correct way to do it. No, it's not sunk. It's not sunk in. Why did I think for a second it was sunk in? Oh, because you can pull it out and then it'll be... Wow, that's ridiculous. Okay, yeah, I have no idea which way that... I still don't know how the A7 pin goes in. So A8 was the 65th piece. So moving on to panel 15. What's going on there? They want us to attach the claw? All three claws or just one claw? I think it's all three, right? I don't know. Let's give it a shot. Let's try to attach all three claws. But how do they attach? Is this picture like, am I the only one not getting what is going on in this picture? I'm confused. That's a very confusing picture. I'm starting to wonder if I did the previous one right or not. I don't know. Okay. I don't know what we're doing, but we're about to do it. Also, their claw looks like it's in the open position. I don't know, ours is in the closed. I mean, the rubber band pushes it to the closed position. But does it need to be in the open to be added here? How do you add it? I don't get it. There's nothing to attach it to. Oh, okay. I get it. I got it. It's going to go on like sideways. Right? Is that what they want? But does it go, which way does this claw go? It's really not clear in that picture. Let's see if it's any clearer if we look at the original paper. Panel 15. What do you think? It's not any clearer to me. I think it's the base. Basically, we have it on backwards. Is this right? Are these supposed to be at different positions? Like one of them goes... Like one of them clips here and one of them clips here. Does that look right? How would I know which position? I don't get it. No, this is not right. Let's look at the previous section. Yeah. $15. What happens in 15? We're on 15. What happens in 14? Pin goes in 13. Are we supposed to push those together or not? Excuse me. The A7 and A8. All right. I have no idea. Does it go to the front or the back? Seems like the back, right? Yeah. This is what I'm going with. All right, so we built the claw. It's like the first thing we built. Like we're only on page 1 and we already built the claw. Like what's to do the rest of the puzzle? Just like build the thing that attaches to your forearm, which is like guaranteed not going to attach to my forearm. There's no way it's going to fit. I need to know that that piece is on. It's obviously not. All right, so we need to take this apart a little bit just so we can see that this piece goes through, because I think that's part of making this work. All right, this time let's hold it together. Let me put this third one on. Hopefully it's going to lock everything in. There we go. That feels pretty good. Well, this one's not fully in. Actually, the last one is the only one that's fully in. Oh, this fell out again. Come on. Why did it seem like it was so good? It was like working so good. It went on completely. But this freaking piece fell out. How do we get it to stay in? Maybe we have that pin the wrong way. Remember that pin we were playing with? Maybe it needs to spin the other way. I'm taking this apart and spinning that pin. See if it works any better. You see that? The pin fell out. Alright. So, I think we got to do, in like pointing at the triangle. I think that's tighter. Nah, nothing is tight. No matter what we do, it's not tight. It's gonna fall out. Did we possibly, are we putting it in the wrong direction? I don't know. They're definitely showing us some caution sign, but I don't know what they're cautioning us about. And I don't know what that circle is. Alright, we're just going to try again. We're not going to do anything different. We're just going to hope for a different result. Which, by the way, is the definition of crazy, when you keep trying the same thing and hoping for a different result. I mean, that's what people in Hollywood say the definition of crazy is. I don't know why they always say that. I think it's like people in Hollywood read scripts, right? So if they tell you that the definition of crazy is trying the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result, then that means that whoever wrote their scripts doesn't want to have to keep defending against you trying the thing over and over again. You know, it's like, give up already. We like beat you up 3 times. Just go away. I mean, I know I've just come up with quite a fanciful conspiracy theory there, but I just never liked that definition. Like, first of all, it sounds like really mean. Like, how is that crazy? Maybe it's not going to work, but it doesn't sound very crazy. I mean, plus, I think that it's like wrong to say because like nobody gets something right on the first try. Like, didn't Thomas Edison like have to try the light bulb like a million times? Didn't like Michael Jordan not make his basketball team the first time he tried out? Doesn't every basketball player have to learn have to like miss 100 shots before they start making a good percentage of their shots, this thing just falls out every time. All right, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the claw together first, and then I'm going to stick that thing in because it just does not stay in. All right, maybe now with the claw already together, maybe it'll stay in. Look at this. The clip is there too. The clip is there too. So that clip is useless. Does nothing. All right. We knew this thing was loose from the start. So it needs to be connected to more pieces before it's like useful. It feels like I can't get it in now. All right, there we go. So when I get it in, the claw breaks, which means that if I could close the claw with that piece in, it would be locked in. Maybe that's why they were showing them like down like this. Maybe they have to be down to get pushed in, and then you release them to... I don't want to break them, but... Wait a second, why are they staying down? Ooh, and then when you press here, they pop up. Oh, that's interesting. So there's something to that. That's how the claw operates. So that piece is like very important. So we have to make it work. Is it supposed to hit the rubber bands? Because that's what it's doing. I'm going to take it apart again and put it together again until we do this correctly. Like, I don't understand what's going on, but I know that I'm doing it wrong. So I think we're going to try something different though, right? I think we're not trying the same thing. Because now we're going to try putting them on in the open position. And we're going to hope that that is somehow works better. I know that English wasn't very good on that sentence, but, you know, I'm struggling here. All right. So now we're going to put it on while it's in the open position. And somehow that's going to be better. It's spraying closed as soon as I put it on. But I don't think it went in all the way. See, it's like sticking out a little bit in the back. Why is that? Do I have to put all three of them on in the open position? Come on. Just drop the screwdriver. Which is not very important at this stage. Okay, they stay down. When you put them on in this open position, they stay open. Which is correct, right? That's the way it looks on the cover. The claw is like open. Something activates to close it, but somehow the default is like open. These things are still not in all the way. Yet they're staying open. So what is going on here? They're not being pushed in all the way, but they're staying open. I don't know. Do I need to push them in all the way? Or do I need to assemble more pieces and then it's just going to magically start working? Let's hope for that. Let's hope for it to magically start working. I mean, it's kind of like something right now. I mean, it's upside down, obviously, but Something's going on there. I'm going to guess this piece goes on next. Does that make sense? Let's see. All right, A16. We did A16. A16 was putting on the additional 2 claws. Not A16, just 16. Panel 16. All right, now we need panel 17. All right, we got a check mark there. Do we look like that check mark? Not really. But we don't have any better ideas. Location diagram. Yeah, that tells me nothing. All right, let's look at that. Yeah, it tells me absolutely nothing. I'll tell you what, though. I see the A9 piece, but that's 18. I guess this is 17, just looking at the orientation. All right, so the 18 is A9. Exactly as we thought is going to be the next piece. But they're showing it at a different end than we thought it was going to go on. We thought it was going to go on the back end, and it's actually going to go on the front. I like that better, though. That makes sense. All right, so that's the 66th piece. Wow, we're moving really slow today. And it has another triangle, but it doesn't tell us where that triangle goes. I guess we should point it the same direction as the other triangles. Yeah, let's do that. I don't have any better ideas. This absolutely does not fit on. I think it goes on the other side. So why are they asking us to put it on the wrong side? Does it go on this side? It's another pinhole. It's not going to go on that side either. Unless it might go on that side. But that's not what they're showing us. They're showing us going into this claw. I don't get it. Because they're also showing... Oh no, that's just the top of the claw. I don't get it. How's it supposed to fit in here? Oh, okay. It actually does fit. It looks like maybe it does fit in there. And with the triangle going the same direction as the other triangles, but it's far from an easy thing to do. Alright, let's look at the paper again. So 18 is what we're trying to do here. Where is 18? Yeah. I can't see anything there. It does show some lines, but what the hell are they connecting to? I have no idea. I'm going to look at this off camera without my glasses. Yeah. I don't see what to do. Even looking without my glasses, I have no idea what this is supposed to do. It's possible I have to squeeze these together. No, they don't squeeze together. How about these ones just fitting together? That's a closer thing. And I think I can push those ones together. Remember how we were talking about these things not being fully on? Well, I think if they were fully in, they would be closer together. And then that top piece would fit on. It fell out again. That bottom piece keeps falling out. It's like no way to do this. Wow, those pieces look really close together right now. But now the claw is not staying open on its own. I need to like hold it together. But yes, those do look like it's gonna work. It does look like it's gonna work now. Those make like little corners. It's like popping open. Alright, I saw it looking like it was going to work for a second. We just gotta make that second last long enough that we actually put this together. I think we gotta get these to stay in the down position. How did we have that working a minute ago? Oh, this is all falling apart now. I gotta take it apart. I know what's supposed to happen now. This time it's gonna work. I mean, maybe not this try, but like I know what it's supposed to do. So we can get this, we can make this happen. How did we get it to stay open that one time? What was that trick? How did we get to go all the way in one time? Wow. Did we just get lucky? Because now it will not stay open. Wow. This is a really lame show tonight. All I'm doing is trying to make this claw go on. The claw. What was the name of that family? The Claw was the patriarch of a wrestling family. Von Erichs or something like that. Something like that. He had a bunch of sons and they were all wrestlers. And the dad was doing the claw. A screwdriver on the floor. I just kicked it. There we go. It stayed down. But no, it's not lined up. The triangles are not lined up. Unbelievable. Try it again. If at first you don't succeed, try again. Alright, the claw is like halfway open. Alright. Now, these corners are supposed to like come together somehow. And when they do, that's when you can get that A9 piece on. So let's get this third one on, and hopefully we can get it together before it falls apart. This bottom piece definitely, it wants to fall apart, and then if I try to press on it to keep it from falling apart, that pushes it forward, which is what releases the claw. So it's really difficult. You have to like just support it, but without pushing it, because if you push it, it closes the claw, and if you don't support it, the pin falls out. So there's probably, it needs like some clamp or something. All right, so when these corners come together, that's when you can get this piece on. But how do I get all of the corners together at once? And one of the claw is now closing, because I must have pushed on the bottom. All three pieces are closing. Can I still get it on? Maybe. Have I already broken it by closing the claw? Maybe. Alright, we're going to open the claw again. I feel like I have a better chance of this working when the claw pieces are open. Alright. When I try to pinch them together, they close the claw. I think I gotta hold them down. That looks pretty good. Now, if we can get this piece on, that would be so amazing. That looks good. That's looking good. 2 out of 3. Come on. Get in there. Oh, mother. I don't know. Alright, did the other 2 fall out while I'm trying to get this one in? No, they're still in. We just got to get this third one in and we're good. Come on. Get in there. No, I just snapped the other 2 out. No, I think I got them. One of them's out. We need all 3 in. We got all 3. They're all in. That's it. We did it. Now, the claws are in the closed position. If we can't get them back to open, then we didn't really do this correctly. But if we can get them back to open, this one's coming out. Well, just put it back in, right? Okay. It's weird they're in, but like some of them are open and some of them are closed. And I feel like that's not right. They need to all be open or all be closed. I think they need to all be open. I need to be able to see when I do that, it comes out. Like, look at this one. It's completely out. Wow. Screwed up now. It needs something to hold the bottom together. Like we put this clip on top, but the bottom is like pulling apart. Maybe that's going to be the next thing. What does instruction 19 have to say? Panel 19. Yeah, we're going to put two pieces on the bottom, B1 and B2. All right, because this thing is about to fall apart. But maybe B1 and B2 are going to put it back together. I just dropped another piece on the floor. I'm like dropping a lot of stuff on the floor, but I don't want to go away from the puzzle to look at it. This is B2. This is B1. But there's pieces inside of them. These B4s. All right, B1, B2. And what about them? Attention, pull. What does that say? Full was must be. Attention, full was must be applied to the B1, B2 circular hole in the yellow marked area. Well, I don't know what full must be means. Those aren't really like sensible words. The B1 goes on first. The B2 goes on second. There's some arrows. We should keep the arrows lined up. Apply was. They're using that word was like everywhere. Like, oh, wax. Oh, that's wax. They want wax. Okay, good. Apply full wax to the B1, B2 circular hole. Alright, so the circular hole gets wax. And then the B2 face gets wax. Alright. Does this look lined up to you? B1, B2. I think maybe I forgot which one was which. Alright, B2 is the one with the slits. B1, does B1 go on first? I think so, right? So it's just going to go on here. And it's going to kind of pinch those pieces into place by going on there. I think those pieces are supposed to be in the open position. We got to get that to the open position. And I don't know if we have to get it there before or after we put these B1 and B2 pieces on. Like, it could be that if we don't get it on now, we won't have a chance later. Or it could be that it'll be much easier once we get it on. I kind of feel like, no, we got to do it first. And there's an arrow on this B1 piece. And I feel like that arrow needs to be lined up with, I don't know, maybe those triangles. It doesn't say really. But let's get those pieces opened. That's how they are in the picture, so that's what we have to do. I don't know why really, but we must do it. They don't want to stay open. But they must, right? Alright. I think you gotta pinch the bottoms to get them to stay open. Oh, and then the top needs to go through. It's like nothing about this is easy. If you haven't noticed. See how they keep wanting to close? Okay. I got them pinched. But some of them are open. Some of them are closed. Why? Why don't you want to stay closed? I don't know. I don't know. They want to close. I'm going to get all three of them to the open position, and then I'm going to pinch the bottoms of all three. The problem is when I put them in the open position, the tops pop out. And then when I put the tops back in, they close. Look at this. This one is all out of whack. It's like I'm just constantly breaking it and refixing it when I try to get it into the open position. All right, let's just do it all over again. I don't know what to tell you. I can't get it. Maybe I'm bad at puzzles, but I can't get this thing together. But I'm going to try again. And the problem with taking all these attempts is the wood is staying together only by tension. And the more times you do it, the less tension there is. It gets looser. But we're going to keep trying. Okay. Open the claw. Slide it on. Pinch the bottom. The pin popped out. Come on. How are we getting the claw to stay open before? There was we were doing it. How were we doing it? There we go. We did it again. I guess we were doing it by accident. If we can get that A9 piece on while the claws are open. Did you see this thing just drop out? Just dropped right out. I gotta support that as well. It just started to close, but it didn't close completely. Alright, so now we're going to pinch the top to get this piece on. This is when it all went to shit before, when it went to heck, when I tried to get this piece on. Will we do any better on this attempt? Well, that claw just closed, so. And this pin at the top is breaking. Once those pins break, this is over. This puzzle is over. So let's try not to break them. They keep firing. Come on. Don't do this to me. Get in there. Did I get it? Let's get that B1 on before something bad happens. Got it. B2. Let's get the B2 on. Okay, did we do it? The bottom pin fell out again. Why does that thing always fall out? Come on. Okay. I just felt them shoot up, which is weird because we had this. All right. It's on. The pins are through. The claws are open. We're good for the moment, but what's going to keep it together? It seems like nothing at the moment. Hopefully panel 20 brings us some good news. Until then, I'm just going to hold it like this. I don't know how else to keep it together. All right, panel 20 is going to be of no use to us. It's we're building something new. A17 and A10 times 2. Maybe that's going to create a pin that's going to hold this together. Until then, I'm going to put it upside down and hope that gravity holds it together. All right, so A17 and 2 A10s. So that brings us to 69 pieces. Wow. It's already been an hour. We basically wasted the whole hour. We got nothing done. I just sat here and complained for an hour straight. I imagine this was probably the worst episode ever. All right, A17 and 2 A10s. There's A17. Here's some A10s. Wow. I don't know. Where does this go? Apply wax. It doesn't even say where this goes. All right, let's check panel 21. We're supposed to do this 3 times. So that brings us to 75 pieces. 3 times. And then we're going to build something else. So this claw is not going to get... I mean, I could leave it upside down all night, but at some point we need to add some pieces to that claw or it's going to come undone. And this thing with the A10s is... did I drop one of the A10s? Because it looks like there were enough of them originally, but not currently. Maybe one of them is fell out and it's in here. I don't see it. Maybe one's stuck to the back. Nope. And it looks like they didn't give us any extra A10s. Maybe it fell on the floor. I'm going to check the floor. I did hear some pieces hit the floor at some point. No, I don't see it. A13 is the 76th piece. I didn't find the other A10. So we're just going to go on without it. Sometimes that happens. You lose a piece. What are you going to do? Yeah, it's not here. I don't want to rumble around too much and then destroy this thing that we built. So A13 is right here. Yeah, I see 3 holes, square holes. There's an arrow, again an arrow. And then they're showing A12. Yeah, just line it up with the arrow. So A13 and A12. Basically like an extra thick piece. So the arrows there, arrows here. I'm going to line those arrows up. Okay, good. All right. Now what? Now A13. Just triple stack piece here. We're up to, no, are we? 25 says A13, but we're only up to 23. So what does 23 say? 23 is a new section. All right, let's deal with that first. It's a ×3. So we're going to get to this piece in a minute, but right now we're going to do A23 and A24 times 3. So that's another 6 pieces. That brings us to 82 pieces. I'm hearing pieces fall left and right. Yeah, there's a lot of pieces falling out. Maybe that A10 will show up yet. All right, A23, A24 times 3. Looks like A23 is a circle and A24 is a little like block. I don't know what good these pieces are gonna do, but we're gonna make them. I guess they're gonna do something. I just dropped one of them on the floor. I heard it. But I don't see it, and they don't seem to give us extra pieces. All right, I found it. So the A24 goes into the A23, and then that's on panel 23, and then on panel 24, it gets added to that structure that we've been building. But from which side? It looks like from the opposite side of the, all right, panel 24. Looks like from the opposite side of the existing 3 pins, which I just knocked one of them out. I don't know. What are they trying to show us here? Oh, do they go in like sideways, like rollers, like wheel bearings? I think that's it. I think they go in sideways. Yeah. I don't know if you can see that. They go in sideways. They're wheel bearings, or whatever you want to call them. They're like hockey pucks. You know those roller hockey with the little like ball bearings on the bottom? That's what's going on here. Did you see how that popped in? So this slot, it's like a perpendicular setup there, and you just drop it in. I think I did one of them like sideways, but I think it'll still work. Yeah, little rollers. And then we're going to line up on 25, panel 25. Then we're going to line up the A13, and those little rollers are going to be in the middle there. they actually fit into the A13 here. Well, I wish I had that screwdriver I dropped. It would come in handy right now. I'm going to grab it from the floor. All right. Oh, come on. Get in there. It looks like it's lined up, but... All right, now it's in. It wasn't going in for a second. This one's a little bit long because it was missing one of the A10s. Anyway, that's done. Now, on 26, that's finally going to attach to the existing structure. Now, how is it going to do that? It's going to go behind the B2. The arrow should be aligned with the triangle on A8. All right, so there's the arrow. Here's another arrow. I don't know about a triangle. Let's see if we can find the triangle. No idea, but I think we have a 1/3 chance of getting lucky, so let's give it a shot. We got to do those same tricky corner pieces like we were doing on the top. Except now it's like going to be tougher. Come on. Gotta be kidding me. Okay. It could be smooth sailing after this, but this may not be easy. How deep is it supposed to go on? I don't know. Looks like pretty deep. Come on. Get in there. Those claws are starting to like close again. Everything is like lined up. I want to go in. Oh my goodness. This is like the first day on this puzzle went so well. And this second day is going so badly. I'm like feeling like back to like 2 years ago when I first started doing this and I couldn't get like any pieces to connect together. That's how I'm feeling tonight. Why is it so difficult? I have to I'm gonna keep trying to get this on. Maybe it's on as far as it's supposed to go, but I don't think so. I think it's supposed to go on further. Yeah, it's definitely supposed to go on further. But it's not. It's not going on. Why not? Right. Taking it off on the theory that maybe I did something wrong. Remember how we were saying like there's only 3 ways it can go? Maybe we're doing the wrong way. Let's try again. Maybe we'll do it the right way. Well, if I squeeze any harder, the wood's going to start breaking. So, I don't know if it's correct or not. I don't know if it's correct and not going on, or if it's all of a sudden it went on. I don't know. It just all of a sudden went on. Like, I didn't push any harder. It just, whatever was stopping it, all of a sudden worked. All right, so I guess we're in good shape right now. Oh my goodness, the piece just fell completely out. Get that back in. Now I want to leave it up like this. All right. What does it say? 19? A15, A19. I'm just looking to see if those pieces are going to lock it in tighter. Because if they will, then I want to do it. Okay, so normally I would want to end the show right now. Except I don't want this thing to fall apart. And it's showing two A19s and an A15. It's again unclear where they go. The pictures are horrible on this puzzle. So it's really unclear where those pieces actually go. I mean, can you tell where they go? I could tell better from looking at the next picture, which is 28. So, we're going to try to do those three pieces right now. A15 and two A19s. That's 27. But then putting them in is somehow 28. So here's the three pieces. And the A15 has an arrow on it. So that, you know, some kind of clue there. All right. Those three pieces are going to bring us up to 85 pieces. And now we're going to call this instruction 28 because apparently that's where you see how they actually go on. How does this work? It's in the way. The circles are in the way. Like, what do you want from me? Oh, way up on top. Okay. All right. That's cool. And then I guess the 18s just go on the two sides. Why is that high? Oh, because we were missing one of the A10s. Or do these ones go on low? Absolutely, they will not go on low. So they have to go on high. They don't feel like they're on, really. The A15 feels good. The A19s seem like they're just sitting there. They could like fall off at any moment. Yeah, those feel useless. I thought they were going to make the thing like sturdier. Instead, they just feel like they're about to fall out. Sorry, you didn't even see any of that when I was doing. There's the A15. There's the A15. There's the two A19s. Sorry that I didn't notice the camera wasn't on. Definitely time to end if I'm making mistakes like that. But B7. 29. B7 is 86. I'm just looking for something that's going to stabilize this. So let's try B7. B7, the circular hole in both sides must be fully coated with wax. And then, of course, line up the arrows, as always. All right, let's see if B7 is going to help us out. Yeah, I think this is going to work out. All right, so we have to wax both the face and the circle. now I got to line up the arrow with the arrow. My goodness. No. We need more pieces. We can't stop. This thing gonna fall apart if we stop here. It needs to be something on the sides to clip it together. 30, pay attention to the installation. All right, A20, we're gonna put on A20. It's the 87th piece. Is that gonna help anything? I don't think it is. I don't think the A20 is gonna do anything for us either. In fact, the A20 doesn't even fit on. So, something was done wrong here. These A15s were supposed to be lower down here, but they're blocked by those circles. Are those circles like temporary? Should I take them out? I could take one of them out. Definitely I could take one of them out. And to get this underneath. Oh, they are temporary. Because there's no other way to get these in here. I don't know if they're temporary or not, but I'm taking them out. I don't know if they were intended to be temporary, but the fact that the hole is covered, to me, makes it temporary. Oh man, piece is stuck in there. That's the one without the second A10. All right. A15 goes right there. All right. Looks like this claw is supposed to be like down here somehow. How are we supposed to do that? This piece is supposed to be out. Like we can't thread it without it being out. And where's the arrow on this piece? Okay. Okay, that's good. But we're still missing that middle piece. This is a while ago when we were like first trying to put this together. That middle piece apparently was supposed to stick out the bottom. Because if it was sticking out the bottom, we would now get to it here. I mean, we still can push down on it. I can, you know, maybe get the screwdriver in there and push it down. But like, that wasn't clear at the time. In fact, we were thinking the opposite had to happen. Because when you push it in, that's what closes the claw. So are we going to have to redo all of this stuff because that pole is in there when it's supposed to be down here? Because we forced these things open. I remember it used to fall out like without us even trying. Yeah, I might have to take this thing all apart. It's in there. That pin fell out again, by the way. the pin that holds them together. Yeah. Unless I could somehow pull that out, I'm going to have to redo this whole thing. It may end up becoming like a scrap, you know, like a fail. Because I feel like it's too late to pull this whole thing apart. Like, remember when we were putting this on? It kept falling through without us even trying. Now we're like trying and it won't go through. All right, let's take off this back for a second. Just until we get this piece to pop out the bottom. There we go. Just popped out. And the claw is closed, which is what they're supposed to do. Good. Wow. I can't believe we actually solved that. I was ready to scrap this whole model and just give up. Give it like 3 stars and go on with my life. But I guess we're back in the game. We had this on these 6 pins a minute ago. We gotta redo that. I think somehow it's not lined up now. I don't know how it was lined up before. Oh, because before we weren't on this plus sign thing. That kind of changes everything. All right. That looks lined up. That's on. There we go. It's on. Okay. So that's it for tonight, I guess. We'll pick up, tomorrow. Happy Father's Day to any fathers out there, or any children out there, or just anyone who likes to celebrate Father's Day. So we've been working on this mechanical claw. The last thing we did was attach it all together, and we were supposed to test it, and you're supposed to push that in and the claw opens up. But I don't know what's supposed to... See, first of all, it didn't even open all the way. I can probably complete that on my own. But second, I don't know what pushes it back down. So I think last time when we did this, I just pushed it with a screwdriver. Yeah, and then it closed. So I don't know if that counts. I assume there's going to be something that operates this, and that something hasn't been built yet. So I'm assuming that, they put a triangle there that I fit the screwdriver in. So I'm assuming that that's okay. And that passes the test, but honestly, I have no idea. We're just going to keep building and we're going to see what happens. The set might look a little different today. I think sorry, I went to the wrong camera. What camera did I intend to go to? Oh, it's not a camera. It's sorry. I meant to show you this camera. I have a setup, and it's kind of confusing, and usually I remember it, but because I'm doing this during the day for the first time ever, I don't know. My mental powers weren't turned on or tuned into this show. So anyway, what you see here is a ton of light from the background. Because normally I'm streaming this at night and the only light is hitting from the front, but now it's during the day, so there's light coming through. So I don't know if it's going to be better or worse like that. I have no idea. I think maybe it might be worse for you. Seeing the pieces was going to be better for me. I'll be able to see the pieces. But maybe in a way that's good for everyone, because lots of times the problem is I can't put the pieces together because I just can't see them. So hopefully during the day I'll be able to see them. But I didn't do this for that reason. I just hadn't streamed in 3 days, and I was feeling really guilty about that. So I woke up this morning and thought, well, I better do a stream, like, right away. So here I am. Here we are, together again. I see there's a lot of pieces, like, falling out here. Who knows? We'll need those pieces, I guess, at some point. It looks like they just fall out, these circles. They just fall right out of the boards that they were in. Anyway, I'm just kind of stalling right now. I haven't started yet. Like Mr. Rogers, right? In Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, he starts by, like, changing his sweater and his coat. And we start by taking the pieces out of the box. Anyway, they're out. So let's now look at the instructions. So it says panel 31. I don't see... I see a 12 here. Is that a 12 or an I2? That looks like an I1 rather than 11. So, A13. Oh, these are pieces. Okay, the green ones are the... All right, so 27. So, 28? Okay, now we're looking for 31. It probably was exactly on what we needed, which makes sense because it's a PDF. So the PDF retain... If it's like JPEGs, separate JPEGs, and it won't retain. Why does this go back to 1? Is it like cut off? Is it supposed to be 31? Which 31 is exactly what we're supposed to be doing. So it's a little weird that it would be like cut off there. No, the next one's a 2. That is definitely a 1. What is it? Reset? Do the instructions reset or something? Why would like 28 be here and then 1 be here? I think it's like a separate instructions for something here. Assembly steps of mechanical claw bracket. So we finished the claw and now we're going on to the claw bracket. Let's read those testing instructions again. After completing all assembly, the paws should be tested for suitability, open and close normally. I don't know, that's English, it's not very readable. And check the rubber when the claws are closed. Is it consistent with the state shown in the diagram? The rubber meaning the rubber bands? Is it consistent? Yeah, I think it is. I remember, as I recall, it like the rubber bands went behind this little like notch thing here. So I think that's consistent with the instructions. Wait a second. One of them is in front. These two are behind. These two are behind. This one's behind, this one's in front. So I guess I have to move this one. Do you remember when we did this, when we did the test? Like one claw didn't close. Maybe that was why. So I think it's pretty good. There's obviously some loose pieces here. I don't know what, at some point, I guess they're going to attach to the bracket. So are we now starting like a new... I don't like that they're changing the panels, like they're going back to 1. Like my scoreboard's not going to work with that. I can't put like, I could do like A1 through A31, then B1 through B31, but it doesn't go like that. What I can do is in where it says panel, I can, on the scoreboard, I can maybe have it say panel space, space, space B, and then reset to 1. So it's like panel 1 through 31, and then panel B 1 through whatever, if that's even what's going to happen. It looks to be the case. Let's go to the next page and see. So it's a next page going to have a 4 or a 32? It's got a 4. Wow, that's crazy. So the panels just reset. The panel counter in the instructions just resets. I don't know if it's going to reset again, and I'm eventually going to need to do like panel C. I don't know. We're going to find out together. But for now, I'm going to reset the panel counter. Assembly steps of mechanical claw bracket. So probably at the beginning of page 1, it said something like that. Where's page 1? Where's instruction 1? No, it doesn't say anything like that. There's 3. There's 1. Nope. There was no title. Nope. They just started it. They just went through the claw, and then they started a new series with a new number 1. So we're going to call that B, because these instructions didn't really tell us anything. So we're going to clean up the mess there. So where it says panel, I'm going to put, I don't know, some number of spaces. Maybe I'll put some spaces. Oh, if I put 2 spaces, it puts a period. All right, let me try doing like some dashes. All right. So panel B, it's now going to say. Yeah, panel B. So that's what we're doing, panel B. So we're going to reset the panel counter back to 1. That's it. We're back to 1. Panel B, 1. And what we need here is 2 pieces. Is that it? Just 2 pieces? C13 and C9. Click them together. All right, so those are going to be pieces 88 and 89. And let me be sure to talk about a lot of other stuff beside the instructions, because the most recent comment on my channel, it was in the previous Roker, what was it called? It was the marble spaceport. And someone said, like, don't talk about anything but the instructions. So, I mean, I assume that was posted for reverse psychology. I mean, you have to know that if you post on someone's channel and say, don't mention anything but instructions, of course they're going to talk about everything but instructions. I mean, nobody's that stupid as to think that they're going to post, like, no one's that naive as to think that they're going to post something in the comments and you're going to do it. So now you might think, okay, so you know it's reverse psychology. They know you're trying to get to talk, so you should do a double reverse and only talk about the instructions. Well, that was never going to happen either. That was like never a possibility. So we already talked about the lighting and the different time. Oh, it's Father's Day. We can talk about that. All right, so C13 is going to go into C9. Yeah, so it's Father's Day. It seems like Mother's Day is bigger, right? I think there's this perception out there that everyone has a mother, but not everyone has a father. I don't know what to say about that. You know, I've heard people say like they were raised by their grandmother, and those people turned out okay, and you know, we all love them, so I don't want to say anything against those people, but I also don't want to act like fathers don't exist, because I know, like, at my kids' school, both high school and college. All right, by the way, we're moving on to panel 2, and it looks like we're just going to add piece C2 to each side. So at both my kids' high school and college, they send all the emails to my wife, including, like, the bill paying. You know, like, I'm clearly the one paying the bill every time, but they always send the bill to my wife, and they always send all the instructions to her, and they basically address her. Like West Point, now let's talk about, like, one son is still in high school, the other one's in college. So the one who's still in high school, like, West Point emailed my wife's email address. And everything from the son who's in college goes to my wife. There's actually an older son who recently graduated business school. I'm trying to find these C2s. I haven't found them yet. And his stuff goes to him. But the two younger sons still at home, or one at college, at home for the summer, and one at home in high school, like the schools send everything to my wife. I don't know if that's like a policy that they send everything to mothers, or if the kids put something down. I don't think so, because in terms of the one who's in college, like I'm an alumni of the college he goes to, and I definitely filled out all the paperwork. I definitely did all those like FAFSA forms. I did them, not my wife, but they still sent everything to my wife. And like I said, my younger son, like West Point, was trying to recruit him, and they emailed my wife. So that's kind of, I mean, I guess I understand why they do it, but it's a little weird. Like, they don't make any effort to email both parents. They're just like, we're a school, and our school's policy is we're going to email the mom. So, like, if my wife doesn't check her email, then I don't know anything that's going on. And I'm usually the one who's driving them to where they have to go. I mean, I shouldn't say usually, but like at least 50% of the time, I'm the one driving them. I mean, I should be getting those emails. Yeah, I think this is a good Father's Day topic. Like, who instructed these schools, like, to address the mother and not the father? And I know you might say, oh, there's like some ugly custody issues. You don't want the father. He could show up at the school and pick up the kid without the mother's permission. Yeah, maybe. I mean, maybe you're right, but don't you have to just do your job better to avoid that, rather than just as a policy emailing the mother? What if the father is the one that has custody and the mother's the one who might sneak up and pick up the kid from school? I mean, you can't just assume that the mother is the person. Like, there's such a thing as a father. Like, don't pretend there isn't. Was anyone pretending there aren't? Yeah, this is a great Father's Day topic, because I think this is definitely one of those things that I don't know what all those agendas are. I don't know if I say like woke agenda, if that covers everything, or if it's a specific like gender agenda. Like, I don't really know what's the word for it. But some presumption that everybody has a mother, and you just need to contact the mother and not the father. Yeah, that's something I'd like to see change. I'd like to see fathers more involved. And you'd say, oh, but this father is no good. Maybe there's mothers who are no good. I'm not saying that, but I'm just saying you can't make any broad like assumptions about anybody. Like, do your job. If your job is to communicate to parents, or the parents who currently have custody, then you have to communicate to both parents that currently have custody. Or you have to check every like week or something. Someone can't just say, we only communicate with the mother. Wow, did you hear that pop when that went on? I guess it wasn't lined up perfectly, but I don't know. I was doing what I could and it popped. Pop, another good word for Father's Day. Did I count those two pieces? I don't think I did. So we're up to 91 pieces. That was panel B2. We're moving on to panel B3. And by the way, the person who posted the fake comment on my channel was also they had numbers after their name. And when someone has like 10 numbers after their name, they're using it's usually a fake name. So panel 3, no, that's not panel 3. That's a QC of panel 2. And it's it's a label. Basically, this piece that we just built is now known as PC. So that will be referred to further as PC. So panel 3 is actually this. I'm not sure what's even going on here. It's showing C3 and D16. I think maybe there's something missing from the photograph. Maybe there was like a hotspot or something. Yeah, that's it. So we're starting a new construction. We're connecting C3 to D16. So the little image in the corner has a hotspot because this is glossy paper. You see, I can like recreate that hotspot. I don't know if I can do it exactly how it is in the picture, but I don't know. There's a hotspot. And it was blanking out some of the pictures. So we're just going to connect C3 to D16. Two more pieces. 92 and 93. C3 D16. So the person, was a fake account, but it was a fake account created with an ethnic name, and I thought that was extra dubious. Like, not only are you creating a fake troll account, but it's almost like they're trying to bait me into not only an argument, but like an ethnically charged argument, which I think is really sad. But I know that happens. I've heard it from other YouTubers. It's like I'm not even a YouTuber. I have like 6 followers and, like 1 to 3 views per video. So it's weird that someone would even attack me. But I definitely have heard that like basically anything you try to do, there'll be people who attack you. Even if the thing you're trying to do isn't public and isn't competing with anyone else, like let's say you try to get in shape. Like crazy, right? You're just trying to like eat right and exercise, and all of a sudden there's all these people trying to get you, no, eat a cupcake, sit down and watch sports, like watch someone else exercise. Like you're trying to do a simple thing like get in shape, and all of a sudden everybody's like attacking you. So if you're trying to, okay, that's the piece, D16 and C3. So if you're trying to do a stream or you're trying to write a book, like if you're getting attacked by 10 people per day just for trying to get in shape, then how many people per day are you going to be attacked by when you're actually trying to like do something that's visible? A lot. And that's a shame, isn't it? Whatever happened to like live and let live? Why do these pieces not fit? Am I supposed to put 2 of these C's in here? Look at the space. It's like not the right size. And I'm thinking maybe I'm supposed to put 2 of these in here. D16. Wow. Okay, well, we're just going to do what the instructions say for now, which is put 1 of them. But putting only 1 of them, you can see there's all that blank space there. All right, let's see what panel B4 has to say. Totally different pieces. C12 and C5. But then they're going to attach, in the next panel, they're going to attach to what we built. So this is getting a little crazy here. These pieces are clearly not going to stay together, but they're like moving on, which makes me think they needed 2 C3s, but they didn't ask for 2 C3s. Anyway, we're moving on. 2 more pieces, C12 and C5. All right, so pieces 94 and 95. We're closing in on the century mark, and there's only, 200 pieces it says. I don't know if that's accurate. It's not really. How are we not done with this puzzle? It's only 200 pieces. We should be done already. Like, 200 pieces you can do in one night. Like, how long have I been dragging this thing out? All right. This is the E board. So you're not going to find any C pieces there. All right, what do we got here? This is the B board. A board, E board, D board. So, of course, the last one we pick up will be the C board, which is crazy because we just took a piece out of the C board. How did it end up on the bottom of the pile? All right, C5. So we're going to use C5 this time. I feel like the previous... All right, let me not guess. I feel like this C5 would have fit into the previous section that we were trying to do, but maybe it will in a minute. And then C12. Look at this crazy looking C12. What are these little cutouts here? Is that even going to work when I punch it out? I feel it did. It did work. There we go. There's the little cutouts. Let's give props to the boards and the pieces. They do good. This puzzle did a good job with popping these pieces out or making them pop outable. All right, so the C12 is going to stand up. It's a symmetrical piece. I'm doing inside what I assume is out, but it's a symmetrical piece, so it's not a big deal. And then it's showing the C5 going into it, but again, there's nothing really there's no really tight spot to put it into. Like, actually there is. That sort of top space goes in pretty tight there. So I assume that's the correct spot. All right, now on panel B5, we're going to stick these two things we just built together. So remember how we talked about those gaps? I think these are going to fill in the gaps, and then these are going to go. So like these are going to be a double stack, but it's not a double stack of two C3s. It's a C3 and a C12. And then these are going to go straight in here, I believe. Let's give it a shot, see what happens. Are they supposed to go at the back? Is the C3 go in the front? Because that's like crazy. How would I know that? Yeah, looks like they go at the back. So I tried to put it in the front of the C3 and it didn't line up. So I put it in the back. So the C3 goes in front. The C12 goes in back. Yeah, everything's lining up now. Sort of. Gotta get them started, I guess. I don't want that big pop like last time. You know what? Can I just pull this C3 out for a second? It probably didn't need to go in when it did. It probably could go in last. Or maybe it'll be impossible to get in and I'll regret this decision, but this is what I'm giving a shot for now. Yeah, there was no reason to pretend that C3 goes in first. It really goes in last. That's assuming that it goes in right now. If it doesn't go in, yeah, it went in like a charm. So yeah, I would put these two pieces together, C12 and the C5 together first, and I would put them into this, I think it was D16, and then I would put this C3 last. That seems to be the easiest way to do it. And then I guess there's going to be another D16 on the other side. Let's see. Let's pull up the next instruction, which is not here. That's 8. I have to go down, I guess. Yeah, down, and it is showing another D16, but it's for some reason like not revealing the fact that it is a D16. Let me see if that's lost in the photography or if they really don't tell us. Yeah, they're keeping that information close to the vest. So we're adding a D16, but for some reason the instructions don't tell us that it's a D16. So I guess I don't know for sure that that's what we're doing, but that's what I'm doing. If you'd like to follow along with me, and that puts us at panel B6, piece 96. Where's the D sheet? There's a D. There's 16. Let's pop that on. So it should just be like mirror image kind of the other side. I don't think it's going to be easy to get this on. There's a lot of pieces need to line up. Or maybe it'll be very easy because the other side's already on and everything's sort of lined up already. I guess we're going to find out together. Easy. It was, in fact, easy. All right. What's next? Panel B7. What is going on here? A B9 and two B13s. And what is that I for? What is that trying to tell us? Is that going to be the name of this piece that we put together? I'm not sure what that is. Anyway, a B9, two B13s. That's what we're doing. And that brings us to 99. Panel 7, piece 99. We need 3 pieces from the B sheet. A 9 and two 13s. What are these little things we're like building today? Like we built 2 little things and now we're starting on a 3rd one. Like I was expecting like big pieces because we're doing like, for example, look at the size of these pieces. They're like basically the size of that forearm, if you want to call it that. The claw. What did they call it? I forget. What they had a name for that, a cute name for it. The claw bracket. All right, it wasn't that cute, but at least they had a name, claw bracket. So we need two B13s and a B9. Yep, there it is. There's the big piece. It just fell right out. How does a piece that big just fall right out? Anyway, it did. So back to that story about that troll. I felt by that troll, I thought it made him extra horrible by picking a name that was, it's almost like an accusation, like trying to make me upset using the name of like someone else, so that that they hope that I'll say something back or something, which of course I never would, because I don't view people as members of groups. I view people as individuals. But I just thought it was really heinous. I just hate being like falsely accused. Like, I don't mind if someone says like, your show sucks and I don't like anything you talk about. I mean, that's fine. I mean, you can like whatever you want. But when someone like accuses you of a crime when you're innocent, that seems like really wrong. And that kind of thing happens a lot, by the way. I'm not like the first person to be in this situation. It's actually really common. I think that the criminals are more likely to accuse innocent than innocent are to accuse criminals, which is sort of a shame. Because the innocent, they always want to give people chances, and they kind of like can feel what it's like to be in the other person's shoes, and they don't want to like hurt them. And then the guilty, they like sometimes are ruthless and will use this like weaponization of justice, if you want to use such a grand term. They'll basically accuse innocent people of crimes. It's like it's so bad. That's why when some people are like, oh, I hate that they're reading the emails, and I hate that they have like cameras everywhere. Like, that doesn't bother me. Like, I don't have anything to hide. And I know some people are like, oh, don't fall for that I don't have anything to hide argument. Sorry. I'm not. Yeah, I mean, I agree with you that they could hide like some evidence and they could create some false evidence. But I think the more transparency, the better. I mean, let's stop the criminals, please, because we don't do that. I mean, I don't know what country you're watching this from, but in America, they basically embolden the criminals and arrest the innocent. It's a very strange period of time that we're living in right now. All right, we're moving on to panel 8, which we're going to continue with this this segment that we just created using the two B13s and a B9. And we're going to add 2 C1s to the front of it. So we're just going to slide those 2 C1s. I still haven't figured out what that graphic is. They often show. I don't know what it means. It's not a piece. It's not a tool. I have no idea what they're trying to say. Anyway, we're going to slip 2 C1s on the front, and we're going to continue on. Now that's going to put us at piece 101. 2 C1s brings us from 91 to 101. So we got two. We're over the century mark. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like that's been going on for like 30 years. This like, it started, I shouldn't name names, but I feel like it started with Hillary Clinton. I'm sure there was someone before her, but when her husband Bill was president, she was always like falsely accusing people. She still does it to this day. It's like she wakes up every day and falsely accuses people of things. You know, like, I mean, some big examples were like Waco and Ruby Ridge, but like there have been much more minor examples. A current example is like J6. It's like all this like false accusations, like just constantly. And I wonder sometimes if she's a pawn in that game or if she's a leader. Like, she doesn't seem like she's smart enough or charismatic enough to be a leader. So who is the leader? Like, who is like, is it like a foreign like entity? Is it like a deep state? Like like Trump would say. Like, who is like attacking America and has been doing so like nonstop for like decade after decade after decade? Like, this has been going on for at least like 40 years. Like, you know, when did World War II end? Like 1945, and then we had the 50s, and then we dealt with the 50s were good. Everybody had job, everybody had like chicken to eat, kids were riding bicycles, and then it was like the 60s. Everyone was with hippies. I can't really understand that era. Then the 70s, 80s, those were like pretty good. I was growing up in those times. It seemed pretty nice to me. All right, let's grab a B5 here. That's going to be the 102nd piece. And I don't know when things went off the rails, but somehow I identify Hillary Clinton with being there the entire time. But again, she can't possibly be the one calling the shots. That just doesn't compute. So I don't know who it is, but whoever it is, they control the media, the intelligence agencies, you know, like everybody who keeps busting your chops. They're all on the same team. Sad. And they're funded by our tax dollars. We're funding this torture. We're funding our own, like, framing, our own torture. Like, everything bad that's happening to us, we're paying for it. It's like in, they used to, like, make fun of the communist takeover of Russia when they would, like, or was it communist takeover of China? I forget which one it was, but they would talk about how they, like, shoot the person and then charge his family for the bullet. And that's basically the era that America is in right now. We pay the taxes and they use it to torture us. And so we're basically in that state. So if it was a communist takeover that destroyed both Russia and China, then I think I have to assume that it's a communist takeover or attempted communist takeover that's attacking America. I mean, it's like the usual, you know, suspect, right? I mean, it happened last century to two gigantic world powers and was the same entity. You have to assume it's the same entity attacking America this century. I mean, it's like, who else, right? I mean, I don't want to say that. I'm not like an investigator charged with determining that. I think it should be determined by, I don't know if JAG is the right person, or like, I don't really know a lot how it works, but I know that I'm not the person. I just have like kind of a gut feeling that it's probably the same people who failed in Russia and China. They probably think that they succeeded because they're like, well, we murdered 100 million people and we stole all the gold. Yes, in that sense, they succeeded in their crimes, but they didn't accomplish anything good for those countries. So I refer to them as failures. So if you look at this piece that we're adding, it has some slots on it, and I feel like I want to put this in upside down so that those slots line up. But I really can't make out what's going on these instructions. I think it's pointed up, right? It looks like it's pointed up. Right? I'm pretty sure that's pointed up. So if we slide this in pointed up, it's not going to catch on anything. But maybe it will in the future. Like maybe we're going to add some more pieces on the outside and then it's all going to make sense. So that's just what I'm going to do for now. I'm just going to stick it in there and I'm going to hope that everything works out at the end. So this piece, was this definitely B10? Because I know there's another piece that looks just like it. Probably goes on the other side, right? Yeah, I don't know which is which, but they look right, so I'm going to assume that they're right. And I'm going to check. Yeah, B10, B11. So they are different pieces, just to show you that. This one is labeled B10, this one is labeled B11. So they are different pieces. But I'm following the rule of inside out. I suppose I also could try to put this in here. But again, it will boil down to the inside out rule. So the inside is up. This fits here with ink up, so that makes it B11. So we had it correct And now we've verified that we're correct. B11. This is B11, aka the piece we haven't used yet. This is B10, the piece we have used. Probably will advance to the next panel, and it will be time for the other piece. All right, so let's check out panel 11. We're going to stick in piece F, which is this piece that we built like a minute ago. Where are we going to put that in? I mean, can you just look at this instructions with me for a minute? Does that feel like specific to you, like where that's going? They're showing the piece here. They're showing the piece is going to connect to here. And then there's like a little arrow that goes like a third of the way between the two pieces. And from that, we're supposed to know where to put this piece. I mean, seriously? It's like not a lot of information to go by here. We're going to try our best. We're going to try to figure it out. One thing to do is to look at maybe panel 12 to see what it looks like when it's already installed. Does that give us any clues? Well, they're adding a rubber band, so yes, that's a big clue. It's at the back. It's lined up with the end of the B11 piece. Hopefully we've got enough there to figure this out. So let's see. So it's going to have a rubber band go here. It's going to connect to something else. It's going to line up with the back of this. But at what height? I see there's like a slider here, and I feel like I could put it in that slider. But is that correct? It looks a lot more correct than this, but that could be a coincidence. Especially when you're talking about a moving part. But when you're saying that there's going to be a rubber band connected, then you do expect it to be a moving part. Is the previous one a moving part? No. Previous one is going to lock in. In fact, it's possible we're even supposed to lock it in now, but I don't think so. I don't think yet. Let's keep going through the instructions, and hopefully things will clarify. So, 12. All right. 12, here we go. Here's 12. Is it time to put the rubber band on? Wow, things move really fast. Nothing is clarified. They don't even mention the name of that rubber band. Like, they're just like, rubber band, do it. They don't label it. They do give you a little close-up there, if you can see that close-up. It kind of tells you a little more about where that piece we just put on goes. It goes like below this gap, so that looks correct. And the rubber band is going to hook from here to here. But I think because this piece is not sort of locked in yet, I think the rubber band is going to pull it out of position. So I don't know if that's going to work. And it makes me think that this is supposed to be locked on. But they didn't give us the piece that goes underneath, which you would need to make it lock on. Like, by lock on, here's what I mean. You line up these slots. If I can even do that. See that? They punched right out. All right. You carefully line them up. And then you push them to the top. And then you need to feed something underneath that's going to lock them in. So they haven't asked us to do that yet. So I think when we put the rubber band on, it's going to pull it apart. See, like, I slid them up like this. But now there's a piece open at the bottom. Like, if something were to go in there, that would, like, lock that in place. Maybe I should put things in, like, temporarily, just so that when I put on the rubber band, it doesn't fly out. But if I do that, I might forget that I put these in temporarily, and then I'll think they belong there. It's also possible that this doesn't even go here. It's possible that it goes in further and then hooks onto something else. I'm not really enjoying the order of these pieces so far. I think that the assembly order is not correct. Like, see when you look at this, see how it doesn't line up? So I think that this isn't supposed to slide up. I think it's supposed to push in. Because now if I push it all the way in, it still doesn't line up really perfectly. I don't know which is better, you know. We're just guessing here. It might be something in the middle of these two. Like, I feel like if it lines up, it's like in the top piece is in the middle of the bottom piece. Like that to me is lining up. But neither of these proposed options, hooking the outside on or pushing all the way in, achieves that. Leaving it sort of halfway like this, then it ends up in the middle. But if I leave it like this, when I put the rubber band on, it's going to pull apart. So I don't know. I mean, we can try it. See what happens. I think it's going to pull apart. Got some rubber bands right here. Yeah, it's already pulling apart. I think I'm going to have to slide them up. That way we were proposing that maybe it goes, but probably doesn't. I think we have to do that because if we don't do that, the rubber band is going to pull it apart. I don't know if it's correct. Might have to be adjusted later. But if we don't do it, the thing's going to pull apart. So we have no choice but to do it. Now this piece moves. That seems like correct. Now how are we going to get the rubber bands onto there without either of these pieces flying out? I would like to first put on the other wall, the like B11 or whatever this piece is. But they didn't tell us to do that. Maybe they should have, though. Oh, you see that? They start pulling out. The rubber band, like, pulls them out. Trying to get that rubber band hooked on using the screwdriver. Right. Okay. Now, if I let go of this, it's going to fly apart. So let's see what instruction panel B13 wants out of us. Apply wax on both sides. Wow, my hand's not available. I need like a mini vice grip to hold this thing together. Part E. Is this part E? I guess this is part E. Wow, really late to be telling us about the wax. Now I have to do it with one hand. Or I have to find a vice grip to hold it together. Or I have to call in an assistant. It's Father's Day. I could call one of my sons. But I'll just try the one-handed assembly for now. Alright. Well, I got some wax on there. Maybe it's going to help hold these things together. This one fell, this one fell apart. Is that how it goes? Is that correct? Yeah, I think that's correct. Now, where does this go? The one in front here? Way up in front. Yeah, it's also going to slide. I guess there's a lot of motion inside of this claw assembly. Is this one also going to get attached to the rubber band? I guess the rubber bands are going to be what operates the claw, like multiple rubber bands. Kind of like how they have those multiple, steel cables holding bridges up. You put enough of steel cables and wind them together and it gets pretty strong. I guess you put enough rubber bands and it gets pretty strong. All right, so 14. Let's see what they need out of 14. B13, where's B14? All right. There's B15, and then the next panel is B14. Very confusing in my opinion. All right. So 14 is just sticking a B8 on the outside, whereas 15 is, we're still not connecting B11. Okay. Yeah, I don't know where this is going, but anyway, we're going to add B8. I feel like they're like making us wait forever to put on this B11 piece, which is going to hold all this crap together. But they're not asking us to do that yet. And having to do this with one hand while holding this together like a vise, it just like makes everything more difficult. Even like to study and figure out how the piece goes in. Forget about that now I have to operate with one hand. I can't even see, I can't even properly visualize what I need to do. Anyway, we're going to get it done. So this B8, this bubble part goes at the back. I'm holding it kind of upside down to their orientation, but it aligns with the longer part. And again, the arrows aren't really clear as to where it's going to go. Like, is it going to go on here or is it going to go in this slot? It's like going to be another sliding piece. They're like all suddenly everything is a sliding piece. Or does it go on top? Like more like on the inside. I really can't even tell from looking at this picture. All right, we have to look at B15, see what that looks like. When I look at the B15 picture, I don't even see this piece that we just added. This B8, if you look at the B15 picture, you can't even see it. Like, where did it go? Oh, okay, I see it. This is a great piece. Suddenly. It's going to go on top of all these other pieces. Okay, piece is going to help us a lot. And this circle is going to go out that little, see that little window there? That's where it's going to go. Okay, so it's actually going to pull everything together here. But it's also going to be tricky. Like, are we going to do it right? There's a lot going on here. We easily could mess this up. Especially with these pieces, like, fighting against us. Oh, okay, I see. I think how it connects to the front piece. All right, but then the front, how is that going to work? If this circle has to go in that little slot, maybe it doesn't always go in that little slot. Maybe it pops in and out at different times. I only got one piece connected. And a sliding point. Okay. It didn't do as much for us as I was hoping, but at least it did something. All right, so we got that B8 piece on top. All right, the 105th piece is going to be panel B15, and the piece is going to be B12. So where's B12? There it is. Sorry, I can't change the camera angles much with my hand stuck on this thing. As much. There's a little arrow on B12. What does that mean? the arrow points towards this wide mouth end. I don't know if it's the front or the back, but that's the way it goes. And they want it to clip like downward into, I think, these pieces here. And then this is going to slide out the side. Does that sound all correct to everyone? I honestly have no idea at this point, but that's what I'm doing. I'm just trying to hold it together. Like, I'm literally trying to hold it together until we put on this B11 piece. That's what I'm hoping for. All right, I see B11. Panel 16. All right, panel 16. That's what we're up to. Panel 16. One piece, piece 106. 16 and 106. I like that. And the panel is B11. We're going to put it on the other side. So this is either going to work great, or we're going to screw it up and smash the thing on the floor and delete the previous 3 videos and just forget we ever even tried this. One or the other, I guess. Let's see which one. So far it's not even threading. I can't even get these pieces in. Oh my goodness. Come on. I don't know. I can't let go of the thing I'm like holding together. There we go. Something happened. I don't know if it was like good something or bad something, but something happened. To like slide it up or down? Something is like, some parts look like they're on and some parts don't. Not really sure what I need to do here. Like, why does this top piece connect on one side and not on the other? Did something else along the bottom come apart? Yes. This piece absolutely came apart. And what about the little rubber bands? Like, while I'm playing with this big structure, how do I know all those little rubber bands are still on? I'm going to take it apart and take a look inside. We can't just like force it on and hope that it works. Take it back apart and get another look at it. Actually, the rubber bands are on. So if we had forced it on, we would have been fine. But, you know, we took a step back, took another look at it, and we can't regret exercising caution. All right. But now we have to try it again. This piece was off. That definitely was causing us problems. Let's get that piece back on. All right. Attempt number 2. All right. I think I need to kind of pinch that one from the underside to maintain the correct angle. I got it. It's looking good. Let's check out the top. Top is again off. Why is that top not stay on? Yeah, it's again off. What is it about this top that doesn't want to stay on? Wow. Okay, that looks lined up. That looks in. This is out. All right, that's now in, but now it's off of this piece. We need that to be on, right? And we need this to be in the slot. All right, it's looking pretty good right now. If we can get that B11 on, we'll be golden. Nope. Falling apart. Wow. It's a lot of pieces in here, and none of them are really firmly together. I feel like I need to force it together and then reach inside with like screwdrivers and try to line everything up, because I can't hold them all in place at once while I put this on. I've actually started to sweat. That's how hard I'm working at trying to get this together. Or maybe it's hot in the room. It's showing 78, so that is kind of hot. We have multi-level, and the air conditioner doesn't reach the top level, which is where I am. So during the winter, it's like totally fine to work up here, but during the summer, it's annoying. Excuse me. Sorry. This is becoming less together than it was. And I'm almost considering just stopping the show for now and putting this together somehow offline and then just explaining it next episode. But I feel like that's a little bit cheating. But which is worse? Like me standing here for 30 minutes trying to get something together that won't go together, or just showing it together and explaining it. Definitely on a cooking show, they would just turn around and like pop it out of the oven and it'd be already cooked. This last piece, it's really has no chance of staying in place without me holding it. Okay. Let's try again. If at first you don't succeed, try again. It's really important. It's most of people who don't achieve their dreams, they just stop trying too soon. And I know that some people think it's, there's some people who are the opposite. They keep trying something that they already lost 30 years ago, but they keep trying it now. But usually it's the opposite. Usually it's someone would have succeeded if only they kept trying. Like, it's always weird when people are like, oh, I'm bad at that sport. You mean you don't practice it, right? Because it's not like they're like, oh, I couldn't do that. I mean, you can do anything if you practice. If you don't practice, you can't do anything. But if you do practice, you can do well. And then some people are like, oh, that's not true. I did something great the first try. Well, you probably did a lot of stuff that was similar to it. Like you say, like, oh, I did great in my first marathon. Yeah, but previously you were playing 90-minute soccer games as a midfielder. So it really wasn't your first marathon. It was the first time you ran a marathon on a road in vapor flies. It wasn't the first time you ran for 90 minutes straight in the fresh air. So this thing is falling more apart the more I work on it, which is a little not what's supposed to happen. What is going on here? I'm like, it's less apart now than it was before. It's more apart now. It's falling apart. The thing is falling apart. I'm trying to put it together, and instead of going together, it's falling apart. Am I doing this piece backwards or something? I am. I'm doing it backwards. All right. This time I'm going to try not holding it together, other than the pressure coming from up top. I'm just going to line it up as best I can, push it on, and we're just going to hope it works. That sometimes works, that strategy. Nope, not this time. I'm at my wit's end here. How are we going to make this happen? What is going on? It's all completely apart now. Everything just came apart. Okay. Do we take one more try, or do we go to the strategy where we do it offline? I guess we're taking one more try. I want to drop in something from the outside to hold those together. I feel like if we had that, this whole thing would go better. What is supposed to go on the outside there? Is there something eventually that goes there? Close, open. No. Yes, here it is. It was going to be the very next piece. These C14s, they're supposed to go on the outside to hold those pieces in place, but they wanted us to wait until we got both B10 and B11 on and then drop them both in. And I'm thinking we're never going to get B11 on unless we put the C14 on one side. So that's what we're going to do. So I'm adding up. We're up to now piece 108. I'm adding the two C14s. All right, so let's grab those C14s and let's see if we can make this happen. Again, I think I told you before, these pieces are great. They cut good pieces, but the order of construction, as I've already noted, is not very good for this puzzle. They're sometimes telling you to put the pieces together in the wrong order. Like in this case, they don't want us to do this C14 until after we get the B11 on. But if we don't do this C14 now, we're never going to get that B11 on. So there you go. It's now on first. Oh my goodness, it's so much better. Why was this not the original instruction? Unbelievable. All right, now let's do the rubber band again. Should have been the original instruction. Okay. I would like something to hold this piece in as well. It's a little like jumpy. Yeah, that piece I'll have to hold with my thumb. Would be nice if this was a little tighter. All right. Is this the point when we put on the other side? Or is there anything missing? This is looking pretty good. But I'm wondering if I'm missing a piece. Oh my goodness. Is it going to work on the first attempt? So that C14 being out of order was like such a critical mistake in these, whoever wrote these instructions. Basically, all they had to do was put that C14 like a few panels back in the instructions, and this would have been so easy. I feel like they wasted my time, and I wasted your time. All right. Let's see. When was the C14s supposed to be added? So they wanted the C14s added on instruction B17. And they actually should have been added on so early 10. Panel B10. They should have been added at panel B10. But they don't add them till B17. All right. So B17 it is. Do I have this on? Is it on like completely? I'm not really sure. It looks the same from both ends, so I guess it is on. I could pop one off and see if it's on. I'm thinking let me like try squeezing it a little bit. I kind of don't want to pop it off because I feel like it's going to undo all of our work. Yeah, it can go on further. All right, a little bit further. Let's try the other side as well. Of course, you've got to have everything lined up, which I see that something up front here is not. You see that space there? Oh, it doesn't have holes on either side. Is it supposed to go back? Is the whole thing supposed to go back a little bit? Well, now it's not even connected. But definitely that piece went back. All right. I was fiddling with this piece in here, and I knocked this piece out. So that needs to be redone. Which is fine. Happens sometimes. Rome wasn't built in a day and whatnot. Alright, looks better now. They're connected. Alright, now we just need to get that last C14 on. Did it. Done. It's done. We did it. This thing that we struggled with for 30 minutes is now done. All the pieces move like they're supposed to. And everything's secured. We could have saved at least 20 minutes if the C14 had been added to the B10 instruction rather than saved for the B17. I know why they put it at B17, because they wanted to put on both at the same time. But you can put the first one on at B10 and your life's going to be a lot easier. I think I was saying it at the time, that it was supposed to be something like that. So we're up to B17. That's 17. Yeah, those C14s. Yeah, I remember that. So why does the numbers show up out of order? All right, so C... what is that? Okay, yeah. On B19, we're going to add B3. But on panel B18, which is what we're up to now, we're going to add C17 to one side and C18 to the other side. Those are pieces 109 and 110. So how's everybody doing? Don't be shy to post in the chat. I'd love to chat. I consider this, I could make just edited videos. Like, in fact, most people doing this don't do them live. But I do them live. How did I end up with 2 screwdrivers and they're both Phillips head? Anyway, I do them live specifically so I can talk to people. I know that goes against saying that this is like just rest your eyes and you fall asleep. Yeah, it's a little bit like doesn't make sense, but it's multifunction. If you post in the chat, I'll reply to it. If you want to be on the show, I could send you a link and you could be on with voice or video. Yeah, there's a lot of options, I mean, we haven't done any of them yet, but we will at some point. It'll happen, but I don't know when. All right, C17 and C18. That's the E board. That's the A. I would imagine the next one's the B. Yep. So this must be the C board. So 17 and 18. Oh, there we go. There's like a close open. There's like a switch going on there. Gotta check that out. What's that all about? Wow, a lot of these pieces have been falling out as we've been doing this puzzle. Not 17 and 18. They don't fall out. Alright, where do these go? Alright, so if you're holding this... Oh, okay. If you've got the larger end on the left side, and you can read white top, then that's the side the 17 goes on. The only problem is I didn't keep track of which was 17 and which was 18. But I'll tell you, one of them has close on the left and the other one has close on the right. So we can figure it out that way. Close on the left is 17. So this is 17. You see there's a little like slider there. Like it's sticking out there. That little piece. That's gonna go through this hole. That's the close open, I guess. There's like saw teeth on the edge of these 17 and 18 pieces, so those are probably gonna, pull on something. They're saw teeth, so they gotta grip something. Open, close. Not really sure what we're supposed to do with that. Does it slide a little bit? It kind of slides. I don't know how far. Was I supposed to wax these pieces? They didn't say to wax them, but if it's going to slide, you would think that you needed to wax these pieces. Why didn't it say to wax them? Well, it didn't. And we're moving on to C19 or B19, which is piece 111, and it's piece B3, and it's going to drop in right in front of the Y top. You see that slot there? B3. It's 81 degrees in this room where I'm working right now. My shirt is actually like soaked in sweat. I don't know how like obvious that is. Oh, by the way, I have a new chair. For like 4 years, I was using this chair. That was horrible. This new chair is a Lazy Boy Aberdeen. So for like 4 years, all the work, remote work I did, all the streaming that I did, all the comic books, I was basically sitting in that chair all day, every day. And it was a terrible chair. Like right from the beginning, it was like slanted. It was falling apart. The what's the word? The upholstery was falling apart. The base was slanted, and you could feel pins when you were sitting on it. So that's why I used to pile up towels on it. That was the old chair. Now I have this Lazy Boy Aberdeen, and it's so far so good. Very happy with it. It was a gift from my wife for my 50th birthday, which was 9 months ago, so I probably should have had this chair 9 months ago, but I don't know. We had to pick the right one. We had to order it, ship it, assemble it. And then when we shipped it and tried to assemble it, there was a piece missing. Then we had to wait for that piece to be replaced. It was the base that connects like the chair to the leg, so it was very important. Did you see that slide? The whole like insides just slid. And I don't know if it was in a good way. I think it was, oh, here it is. It still can, oh, look at that. It can slide. I guess that's fine. You know, I guess it slides. I wasn't trying to slide it, but I just, like, gravity slid it. And now I see that it slides. Not really sure why or what that's about. I thought this open close was going to slide, and it seems like that doesn't slide. So, reference to something else, I guess. Alright, that was panel B19. There's panel 20. It's again like there's something to the left of 20. These are like not really kept in order. Is there anything going on 20? It looks like they're adding 2 rubber bands. So that's going to be pieces 112 and 113. What does that say there? Place 2 rubber bands at the position shown in the figure with the 2 bands overlapping. What? Is that the position shown in the figure? So just put 2 bands on there? I don't know what we're looking at. But they want 2 rubber bands. I don't know. I can't make out what's going on there. Let's see if it's any easier to read on this paper here. So B20. This paper like makes a squeaking sound. Alright. So here it is. Yeah, I don't think it's much easier to make out here. Like, it might be even worse. Like, I don't know what I'm looking at. Where are they putting those rubber bands? Okay. Yeah, I have no idea. I don't know what I'm looking at here. How about from here? Okay, I see the Y top. So, it has something to do with where you can read the word Y top. And when the Y top is on the right of the close open, because there's the close open. But are we looking at the top or the bottom? I guess it has to be the top. So we got the Y top on the right of the close open. Yeah, there's a rubber band hole, and there's a rubber band holder, so that's it. So that piece that was sliding is gonna get some rubber bands attached to it, and that's probably gonna keep it in a certain direction until you pull the trigger. And then it's going to do something else, I guess. I don't know if pull the trigger is the right word. It's a claw, not a gun. But until you activate it, I mean, that's what it looks like. And they want 2 rubber bands, which is just, I guess, to make it a little stronger than if it was 1 rubber band. Might not be easy to get those rubber bands on. They're kind of small, where the connectors are, and it's inside of this like channel that I can only fit like 1 finger. Like, I can't even fit 1 finger. Maybe some people can fit 2 fingers in there. I can't even fit 1. Maybe this is why I had the 2 screwdrivers here, just to work with these rubber bands. So yeah, it's 81 degrees in the room, and it's going to be hot, even hotter the next 2 days. which means that normally you would think that, okay, it's nighttime, it's a little bit cooler, you can open the window. And I do have the window open right now, but apparently over the next 2 days I won't even be able to open the window. And the air conditioner, it like doesn't, I'm sure a lot of people with like multiple levels in their dwelling have this problem. It basically doesn't, the air conditioning, like, there's some law of physics that heat rises. And because of that, the air conditioner doesn't like reach the top floor. There's a really frustrating thing. Basically, all the air conditioning goes out the front door because it's almost like a shotgun shack. The air conditioner is laid out at the back of the house, but like directly in line with the front door. And the vent, there's a vent right next to the front door, and it's like the most air conditioning goes there. Like you can feel it. It's like the coldest, the most powerful. And we've closed it. We closed the vent because we're trying to get that air to go anywhere else, because otherwise it just goes straight out the front door. And even closing the vent, it's still like the most powerful vent in the house. Like using that little switch on the vent that you close it, it doesn't quite close completely. I think that's maybe by design. But we're thinking maybe we should like somehow close it completely because we're not getting anything out of our air conditioner. We're like paying for something that's not doing any good. Oh my goodness. Speaking of not doing any good, can't get this rubber band. How many times am I going to try the same thing and watch it not work? I'm supposed to try something different, right? Maybe I should get the 2 screwdrivers in here. Maybe I should take it off of the front. Did it actually go on that time? Yeah, I think it finally went on that time. So the rubber band is on. So this thing that was moving, it's now not going to move because, well, you can still move it, but it's going to go forward. I actually like it. Makes a pretty satisfying sound now. It's basically doing whatever it's supposed to do. Oh, and this is probably the trigger, because I can feel this now with some like resistance. What? I keep saying trigger. It's not a gun. I don't know why I think there's going to be a trigger. It's not a gun. There's no trigger. Stop thinking that. All right, it's time to attach these 2 pieces. Panel B21. 21. We're going to attach that base or that claw to the base. The problem is these pieces, they're all like spinning. I'm not really sure how to line them up. Remember these pieces, they're all like spinning. Do they just have to line up to each other, or do they have to line up to this? Because if they have to line up to this, then I don't remember how. Okay, see there's an arrow here, an arrow here, an arrow here. Yeah, all of them are lined up to each other. Is that the only thing they have to do, or do they have to line up to this piece? Because this piece has gears on one side and not on the other. So that seems relevant. I don't know the answer, but I'm just gonna, I got the arrows lined up, and I'm gonna put this on the same way the instructions are on, and hopefully that's really all we need to do. But I don't know that that's all we need to do. I guess we're gonna find out. So far, not so good. I don't know how to get them to stay like in line while I do this. All right, we get the top and the bottom in. Good. Now we go for the next piece. And then the third piece. All right. I feel like at least one of those pins is on. I think it's on the bottom. Oh my goodness, there's pieces falling out. And we don't know where they fell out from, right? I remember this being an important piece. It was like we had to take something out to put it in. So that's bad that that fell out. But I also remember there were 3 of them. And 2 of them are probably still in. This is not going in. Like, why is it not going in? All right, this end is going in. That's great. One end is in. But this other end is not. Why not? Okay, there we go. Okay. Well, now both ends are in. Is that it? Did we just do it? Shame that we lost a piece. Oh, shame that the camera angle was bad too. So the dramatic moment when I attached the base to the claw was probably not seen by you. Sorry. Hitting the instant replay won't change anything. Alright, anyway, it's all attached now. What's going to happen that it's all attached? I don't know. Probably nothing. But it's all attached. Alright, 22. What is happening with 22? Where is 22? Like, it says 20 here. It says 21, and then it says 20. I don't know what's going on here. Okay, so this is 23. Alright, so this must be 22. So 22. Looks like we're just adding one piece, B17. And we're adding that to the, what I would call the underside. I don't know. Maybe it's the underside. I guess underside would be like the arm side. I'm not really sure if it's the underside or not. I guess we're going to find out. Here's B17. So, okay. I don't know if it's the underside, but Y top is upside down. So that makes it feel like it is the underside. So if you've got Y top upside down and on the right, then B17 goes on with the rounded end to the left. And you can see exactly the pins that it's going to connect to. It's actually going to do wonders for this assembly, I think, in terms of stability. Good piece. It's going to tie together all the pieces we just put on, but that's assuming we can get it together. And if our pieces are not currently spaced correctly, then this is not going to go on. But once we get it on, then we know that it is spaced correctly and that it's secure. So, we're on the path to success. And we achieved it. I don't know. It kind of started to click in, and then I kind of pushed here and I wiggled this back and forth, and it went in. So, hooray. Yeah, those pins are in. Yeah, 6 pins. All in. No. 8 pins. 8 pins all in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 pins. I don't know why I decided there were 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Alright, 6 pins all in. We're moving on to 23. B23. A lot of text going on here. After completing step 22, go to, from this perspective, proceed to the next assembly step. Wow, that was such a useless note. Complete side view. Install B6. Before installing B16, it is necessary to install the alignment card from the side and press it down. I don't know who edited this, but they didn't speak English. I'll tell you that. They didn't speak English well. I'll tell you that, because I can't understand any of these notes. I mean, I don't think I'm like so stupid. I think the notes are not very understandable. I probably could take time and understand them, but I figure once I grab the pieces and look at what's going on, I'll probably understand it at that point. Anyway, it's B6 and B16, and they want B6 to be added first. And if you look at the side view, they're going to stack right on top of each other. So basically B6 goes on first. There's B16, there's B6. And they're going to go right on. And these are pieces 114 and 115. Now, where do they go? All right, if we hold this with the Y top on the right and the hooks going down, Y top readable, and the B6 goes on. This is still unclear to me where this B6 goes on. Seems like we need another piece like that, but up here. Is that where this goes? I don't think so. Does it go in here? I think it does. Right above where it says Y top. I think that's where they want it to go. Wow, this is like kind of a crazy time to put this piece in. I feel like I'm going to drop it. I might drop it. Not that it's hot, but it just tricky thing they're asking us to do. Yeah, that is slanted. So that wasn't going in. Okay. I'm going to try again. It doesn't seem to fit. Am I putting it in the wrong spot? It would be okay if it didn't fit like the width of it, but it doesn't seem to fit the length, which the width you can pull them further apart, but the length, I mean, it's a cutout. There's nothing I can really change about that. I don't know if this length and width made sense. They're like relative terms, but somewhat relative. But basically, the cutout doesn't seem to fit. Seems like it's too big. Excuse me. I could sand it. I don't know. Okay, no, it does fit. If you put it in like this, it does fit. So apparently I'm just not doing a good job of placing it in there. Alright, let's try the needle nose pliers. Should be a little more precise than my fingers. Get a good grip on this piece. If I can. Oh my goodness, that's not working at all. Alright, let's get a bad grip. Maybe that'll work. No, that didn't work. Alright, go back to the fingers, but then when I get it in there and I need to adjust it, then I'll go for the needle nose pliers. Dang, why is that not going in? That looks like it's so good. It looks like I couldn't possibly do better. but it doesn't fit. When I try it from the outside, it clearly fits. There you go, let me see. Okay, on the outside, clearly fits. Both sides clearly fit. But then when I put it in there, it doesn't fit. Alright, I'm going to try to grab it from both sides. Maybe that'll help. Wow, this is challenging. I think I just need to keep it straight. And then it should drop right in, but it's not happening. Maybe these pieces do need to go further apart. One side went in, but I need both sides. One side's not good enough. Let's see what it looks like. Looks like a mess over this side. Try the needle nose again. Wow. I'm doing a terrible job at connecting this piece. Alright, that's in. One side's in. Let's see if we can get the other side in. I feel like I need to hold one side in while I go for the other side. Alright, I'll put that screwdriver to kind of pin the one side that we got in so that doesn't come out while I go and work on the other side. I think we pulled out the screwdriver side. So that pinning didn't help. Yep, that's screwed up, completely screwed up. Alright, I'm going to try looking from this angle while doing it. That actually feels good. I feel like I can see what I'm doing now. Even though I can't see either of the ends, I can see whether the wooden piece that I'm trying to insert is straight or not. Nope. Felt good, still didn't go in. Okay, got an idea. I think this is the first thing that I originally tried. Putting it in like one side at a time. It didn't work the first time. But there's something I didn't try the first time. And that was putting pressure through the top. Because I didn't know I could do that at that time. So by doing this, I can push in the side that's already in. And I can push down the side that's not in. I think I'm going to break the wood before this goes in. Yeah, it didn't go in. It looks good though. Alright, let's see if the needle nose pliers can do it. It's in. That was the secret. Put one side in and then push from the top with the needle nose pliers. It worked. Alright, now we got to put the B16 in, which is probably going to be even tougher to do. Especially because this piece is kind of chipped. Actually, it's going to be easier to do because it sticks to the outside. It's longer. It's longer than the width of this thing, which means that you can grab the edges. Like the B6 piece, you couldn't grab the edges. The B16, you can. So I thought that was going to make it easier, but so far not. Yeah, that did make it easier. It's like 3 of the 4 corners are in, so I feel like, yeah, there we go. It's on. All 4 pieces are on. I'm just gonna like play with it for a second. Yeah, I thought so. It could be on better. I still think it can be on a little better. There's like a gap between the B6 and the B16, but it doesn't seem to want to go down any further. Even though I feel like it can, but I guess it can't. All right, those 2 pieces are on. Let's hope they stay on. So we're moving on to 24. B24, panel B24. And it says, that's 25. 24, it says, when installing C4, pay attention to the gear engagement position with the mechanical claw components. See, this is what I was asking about before, like the orientation of that. The thing is, C4 was installed like day 5. I don't know. This thing looks like it's like done to me. Like, what's left to do? I just add a strap to attach it to your arm. I don't know. 201 pieces, of which we've assembled 115. So I don't know. We'll see. Before I clicked go live, actually, that's not true. After I clicked go live, but while I was doing the settings, before I actually started talking to you, my kids were talking about something interesting, and now I can't wait. Not that I can't wait, but I'm going to talk to them as soon as this stream ends. Basically, there was a tree in our yard. This, like cardinal family, like this birds. They had little baby, like chicks or whatever. And they were like protecting the nest for a while, but now the chicks are like on their own, but they're like stupid. They're like hanging out in flower pots. And apparently this morning, one of the chicks was in a flower pot, and our dog was like right up close to it. He wasn't like, I want to ask them questions like what the dog was doing. It's a female dog. It looked like she wasn't aggressive based on the way the kids are talking, but apparently her face was right next to the chick. And now I want to hear more about that story. Sorry, now you probably want to hear more. I mean, maybe I guess I'll tell you tomorrow, because I don't know anything at this point. I just heard the kids talking in the background while I'm trying to get this show launched, which I see that one of the screens is not correct. This one. Let me see if I could fix that. Yeah, okay. All right, that's actually the screen I wanted to go to, because I wanted to look up where we are. So it says panel B24. So where is panel B24? Let's find that. So yeah, that's all A. All right, now those are the B pieces, but that's not what I mean. When I say B, I mean when it restarts again at 1. I'm calling that B. That actually looks like an I, but I'm pretty sure it's meant to be a 1. Excuse me, and then there's a 2. So we're looking for 24, 15, 21. We're getting closer here. 23. Does that look like something we did? Let's take a look here. B6 and B16. Yeah, those are those 2 pieces that we stacked underneath there. It looks like they're popping out. Kind of glad that I double checked that. That worked out good. All right. Yep, 2 pieces stacked on top. That was 23. So that was the last thing we did. So we probably stopped on something difficult because I didn't know what to do. Perfect. All right, when installing C4, pay attention to the gear engagement position with the mechanical claw components. All right, so apparently there's already a gear there, and we're going to add another gear. That doesn't sound too difficult, so flip it over, pop the C4 on. Yeah, that doesn't sound difficult at all. I think probably it was like I was tired or something, and I said, I can't do this tonight, but really looking at it with fresh morning eyes, it's like easy. Yeah, I'm doing, lately I'm doing these, like, morning streams. Like, for some reason I've been getting tired at night lately. And I know that that's, like, probably just, like, a normal thing that happens. Like, it's nighttime, you get tired, but anyway. So, I see the gear there. So where does this go? Do I need to, again, slip it, like, in the middle there? Because I don't know what it would... Oh, maybe it slips onto this? Does that look like... No, that's not the right size. Alright, I see a gear there. Obviously, I see a gear here. What I don't see is any way to attach the two pieces together. Unless I'm just going to hold it there. And then in the next section, because I see the next section involves a screw. Maybe we're going to put a screw through that hole. But where would that screw go? Yeah, I'm lost here. Let's see if we can zoom in on these instructions and figure this out. What does that look like to you? I can't really read it. For some reason, I think it's the underside. So can we get to the claw from the underside? Can we get to the gear from the underside? Yeah, there's the gear still. But I don't think we can reach it. Is that the only gear? Is there another gear somewhere? Pretty sure that's the gear. Yeah. No clue where they're attaching this. Side. Side feels like correct. Because the gear is exposed and I can get to the side. Alright, so let's say I touch it here. Then it doesn't attach because it hits against that. And it's not going to move because it's going to keep hitting against that. I feel like what I want to do is slide it in there. That seems like the way to go. That seems like the play. There's definitely room in there. And then I can put the screw through the top to where? All right, let's go look at that next instruction with the screw. All right. So, yeah, that's what it looks like. Okay. And then where does the screw go? Screw. Yeah, where does it go? Can you tell from that picture? I mean, maybe it's a case of bad photography, but I mean, I can't. It just doesn't look like anything. All right. Ooh, this is it. You feel like you can read it any better there? I don't think so. All right, there's the screw. I mean, there's a little more detail, I think, but not enough. All right, how about the previous picture? Can we see what's going on here? Well, it looks more like top from here. That's interesting because we can read the lettering now. All right. Okay. So, looks like top. So the gear under there. I remember when we were putting this together, we were wondering which way this gear was supposed to face. Okay, it can spin. Thank goodness. Because I was going to say it's facing the wrong way. Alright, it can spin a little bit. Let's see if it spins more that way. No. Well, hopefully that's enough. Spin. I think it's not. I would rather see this track through the entire gear. Seems like half the gear goes through there. So I'm feeling like this does need to go in there. And then the screw is probably going to go through the middle. But I'm kind of just guessing because this stuff isn't really readable. The instructions aren't very readable. But it makes sense. I mean, we were just working on this area, so. All right. So we got that flat. Yep. Get that in there. Kind of tight. Okay, maybe we roll it in. There we go, yeah. Roll it in. That's the answer. Okay, kind of get the gear. Kind of have to use the gear to get it in there. Alright, now, it's not lined up. It's not lined up with the screw hole. We would like it to be, right? Or is the screw going to go right down the middle? Yeah, the screw's going to go right down the middle. Okay. All right. I think I just screwed everything up. I was like testing it to see if it was good, and it was good. But in the process of testing it, I broke it. Kind of broke it a little bit. All right. I still think that that's not in the right place. We have very limited range of motion. But anyway, I'm going to count it. Hopefully you do yours better and get better range of motion, but I got what I got. So let's count that piece. That gear was piece 116, and then the screw is going to be piece 117. And that's now up to instruction B25. So do we have a screw? So we're going to screw there. There's the screw, all right. Is that the only screw? I see two screws. But they're both the same size. So I'm going to grab that screw. Is that a larger screw? No, that's not a screw. That's no threads on that one. There's another piece in there that was metal. Had a shaft and a head, but it wasn't a screw. I probably should know what it's called, but it escapes me at the moment. I'm trying to get the screw out of the bag. I could open the bag. That would probably be easier, but I didn't. Alright, so now I gotta get the screw in the hole. And it's not just this first hole, it has to hit the hole underneath this. Which I don't feel like there's enough light to see where that is. Just wiggle it around. I wiggled it around and it dropped a little bit, so I figure that must be correct. I wiggled it, it dropped. So that must have meant that it fell in the hole, right? There was no like grip on the bottom of this screw, so it's only going to screw into walls ready to catch it. Yeah, there was nothing ready to catch it. So let's see if there's another screw. Or maybe it's supposed to go on the other side. Let's take a closer look at where that screw goes. Because there is a hole on the other side. Yeah, it goes on the side. Alright, so I was trying to screw it in the wrong spot. So let's try to get it in the right spot this time. And it should be no problem. Alright, so the side, that's where it goes. And yeah, now it feels like it's threading something. So, not that big hole in the middle, but this little hole on the side. And then hopefully it's going to go through that line underneath. And then this gear is going to be... Oh, so the gear has to move. Yeah, that makes sense. Well, it would make sense if it was in the middle as well. But it looks like the gear is going to like slide. At this moment, that gear is not moving at all. I wonder if that screw is temporary. Like, it's there to hold this gear in place until we get something in the middle. That might be a temporary. They've done that before on this puzzle. Had temporary holes, which I appreciate. Although they forgot it one time. Do you remember these? I think they were C14 was the piece where they didn't tell us to put that, and it would have been a great temporary hold, and it would have been permanent. But they saved it for when it was like putting on both at once. When putting the first one on would have helped a lot. All right. What is this C11 piece? Some huge piece we're about to snap on? And they're highlighting some other piece here. What are they highlighting there? I don't think we have that piece. What the hell is that? Are we like building something new? Wait, what is going on here? I feel like we just like portaled into another universe because I'm not seeing the stuff they're showing. I mean, look at the picture and look what we have. These are like two totally different things. But yet, wait, did we skip 26? No, 25. Yeah, we skipped 26. Okay, so 25. And then the next page starts with 27, and it's a totally different object. So apparently we're missing instruction 26, which was going to build a completely different object. I mean, seriously, what are we looking at here? I mean, I'll pick up the paper instructions. You know, is it going to get any better? Like, okay, and here's the paper instructions. All right, there's 25. All right, so let's go to the next page. Son of a gun. What is going on here on this next page? Okay, there's 26. There's 27. There's 28. And then we start the C panel, which explains why there was a totally new piece. All right, so I either didn't photograph this page or maybe I've got them out of order. Let's see. Yeah, maybe I deleted that page. We're going to have to work from these instructions. All right, so, all right, let's see. There's 26. We're going to take B15, pop it, I don't know, somewhere on there. B15, pop it on wherever it fits. And then the wooden stick goes through the middle. And then do we remove the screw? It doesn't say do. I think we should, though, because if we don't remove the screw, that gear's not going to move at all. But it's accessible, so it's not a big deal. If we just have to take off 3 parts to remove it later, we can do that. So we'll just stick with the instructions right now. So I'm going to move the counter 3 pieces. B15, wood stick, C10, that's going to be 26, 27, and 28. All right, let's do it. So 26, 118, we're looking for a piece that goes by the name of B15. There it is, B15. Looks like it's going to go right over the hole where the wooden dowel is going to go through, right? Because it lined up. So it goes right here, I think. There's the hole down there. There's the same hole up here. We got some pieces that look to be perfectly lined up, so that must be where it goes. By the way, that's kind of an assumption. I find this instruction manual pictures very difficult to read. It shouldn't have been glossy. They should have done the thing matte, but whatever. All right, so now we need a dowel. There's 2 of them, so which one do we need? It just says wood stick. It doesn't say what size. And there's 2 different sizes. I think it's going to be the smaller one, right? Yeah, that bigger one just... That's a no-go. That's not happening. Someone could get hurt. All right, so we're going to use the smaller one. All right. So that's now 27, panel B27, and instruction 119. Drop this in, get it through to the bottom. Is it through to the bottom? I don't know how I would take that screw out now. It seems like this is the last chance to take that screw out. Alright, it's in there. I feel like I should have removed the screw. Let's read the instructions on the screw again. Correct. Let me screw. It just says put it in the right place, I think. Alright. The last piece is we're moving on to 28, and it's going to be piece 120 on the counter. So 28, B28 panel, 120 on the counter, and it's actually the piece labeled C10. Okay. C10. Is it like, yeah, this is it. There's a direction to it. It's got arrows. But that's going to go same direction no matter which way you put it in. Yeah, I don't think it matters much. So where does it go? Right up top, right near the claw. I guess wherever it fits. It's going to hold all this stuff together that we've been dinking around with this whole time. Okay. If we can get it in there. Always a question. It's like these pieces are tight enough as they are. Yeah, I see that piece. Basically, these need to be perfect for that to go in. Well, if it's lined up with the next one, it should go on, right? Let's see. Sorry for that sound. Gotta learn a way to do that either silently or while pressing mute on the microphone. Or does it add drama? Maybe in some situation it would add drama. I don't think in this one. Alright, something's not lined up. This will be a great piece if we can get everything lined up. But if I keep pushing without it lined up, this piece is just going to break. I feel like this piece is like over-ambitious. Nope, well, now it's a great piece. When I couldn't fit it on, it was over-ambitious. Now that it's snapped on, now it's a wonderful piece. Couldn't be happier. Seems like at the back here it's not gripping very well, but the front is locked on. And I think that I'm going to be happy with that. Yeah, it feels like there's something preventing it from locking on back here. It's that pole we just put on. So it means that that pole is not going to the depth, that wooden stick is not going to the depth that it needs to. So let's play with that wooden stick a little bit more. See if we can get that to drop down a little further. It's definitely through the hole, the first hole, but I can't see the gear hole from this angle. And that's the one that really matters. So that is a very important piece to get on, especially that back, because it's going to hold that dowel into the gear. So yeah, that's pretty important, I would say. But I can't seem to get it to go down any further. Why not? What I'm trying to do is, let me get a close look. I'm trying to wiggle it and press on it at the same time. Wow. Some of the pieces in there are moving around. Not good. Sorry. Well, it looks good to me. I'm going to snap it on again. I don't think it's going to go down any further. I guess it just not as tight as I think it should be, but I can't get it to go any further. All right. Hopefully you got yours tighter in the back. Mine looks like it's got another like 1/16 of an inch to go, so yeah, I can't really figure out why. I'm not going to take the whole thing apart. See, I'm doing this. You probably, if you're doing this as like a hobbyist and you're going to like do like 3 of these a year, you probably can constantly take them apart and rebuild them. I'm not. I'm doing the equivalent of a cooking show, so I'm not going to take the whole thing apart and rebuild it because it would be redundant. But I wish that you the best of luck if you do that. Or maybe yours is correct now, in which, you know, hats off to you. All right, so that's the end of panel B. So it's time to move on to panel C1. So I probably did photograph this page at one point. I remember removing pages when I was compiling it. Probably because I thought that it was like that I had photographed the same page twice, but really it just was a coincidence that like one page starts with 26 and one starts with 27. But really they were B26 and like C27, so I probably threw out a page. Well, that virtually threw out a page, so we needed. I could photograph it now, but how many are we looking at here? Did I throw out 2 pages? I probably did. I probably threw out this page as well. Wow. You know, I remember when I was compiling that PDF thinking like, how did I manage to photograph so many extra pages? What do you think? Should I just photograph these 2 pages now? Let's do it. All right. I'm just going to photograph 2 pages. So we're going to go off the PDF and back to the photography just for 2 pages. All right. Let's see here. It's actually offering me the scan option. So now the camera, the iPad camera has scan. Like the I used the Google Drive for scan. I was like very impressed when Google Drive added that. Now it's like a month later or whatever, and now they're also scanning. It does the second one like without your permission. That's the problem I got last time. All right, now save. Now where is it going to save them? I don't know. It's basically doing the same thing that Google Drive does. Now the iPad photography camera, it now works as a scanner. It's amazing. Like, I started doing this show and now this thing does that. I think it's like, is it in order though? I think this is the Google Drive scanner was better. Maybe it's the same scanning software, and maybe it's the same like underlying utility that is being accessed by both the Google Drive excuse me, and the Apple camera, so I shouldn't like knock one or the other because it's probably that they're the same thing actually. Yeah, I don't know which one is they're probably the same. I don't know if one of them's better. What I do know is that I lost my place here. I was looking for... Okay, yeah. This is it, right? This is C1? I think so. Alright, so stick E6 and E2 together. That's instruction C1. E6 and E2, stick them together. The E board is this little board for some reason. Now, what are we even building? Like, this claw is done. I think it's the the part that we're going to, maybe this is going to strap to the top and the bottom of our forearm, because it looked like that bottom had some piece that you'll operate like by like pulling on it. So probably like this is going to go like on top of our arm, and the other piece is going to go on the bottom. And when we pull this claw, it's going to, when we pull our hand, it's going to open and close this. But like my arm is not going to fit in the middle of this. This is obviously for like a 5 or 6 year old kid, which says a lot about this puzzle we're building. Well, yeah, 5 and 6 year old kid probably have a much easier time to have like smaller hands. They get right in there. Have no problem putting this together. I shouldn't say that because they might get splinters and complain. Little kids don't like that. Nobody does, really. All right. So you see where this is going. This little, now it's like a cross. So probably these wheels are going to get put on it in a moment. I'm calling them wheels. I don't know what they actually are. All right. But anyway, those two pieces were pieces 121 and 122. Moving on to instruction panel C2, which is right here. We're going to put on 2 E1s. So that's 123 and 124. Piece E1. These little guys. These little guys are E1. So we need 2 of those. Which side are they going on? Does it matter? In the picture, it shows the E6 side. I no longer can tell which side is E6. Where is it written? Okay, there is a difference. One side is flat. And the flat piece, I believe, is part of the E6. Not that that tells me anything. All right. This is the E6. So we put this together. And then we're going to put 2 E1s on from this side. How deep do we put them on? The instructions don't show us. So I'm just going to put them on all the way. And I guess I'll guess we're going to put the other 2 E1s on the other side. Let's see. Instruction C3. Where is C3? It's over here for some reason. And it's starting something completely different. Now I'm wondering if that's C3 or D3. All right, let's keep looking around this area. Maybe there's another 3. That's a 6, a 7. These instructions are really the worst, aren't they? I mean, they don't look good. They're glossy when they don't need to be, and they jump all around. All right, so we're going to jump with them. We're going to put down this thing we built, apparently not relevant at the moment. And we're going to move on to these, what is it, 4 pieces here? No. Yeah, 4 pieces. D8, 2 D7s, a D8, and a D9. So that's 4 pieces. So that's going to bring us to 128. 128. And they're all coming from the D board. This is the C board. A. Alright. Oh my goodness. These pieces are just falling out. We're going to have no idea which piece is which. Alright, 7, 8, and 9 are right here. Why was 6 afraid of 7? Because 7, 8, 9. That's apparently why. So D8, D9, and 2 D7s. If I can get them out. They're tiny little pieces, aren't they? And they're like unsupported. I gotta like support the backside to get them out. Oh my goodness. Alright. They're out. Now what do we do? There's a caution. Be very careful. Something we need to be careful about. I think it's that these D8 and the D9 are different. And if they're looking from the connecting side with this like pins on top, then the D8 should be on the right and the D9 on the left. I think that's what the caution is all about. And then the D7s are going to join the pieces. So I choose to put them all into the D9 first, and then I'll connect the other side. It's the D8. Connect 4 pins at once here. Alright. Okay. Doesn't really stay together, but I did what they said. Alright. What's next? Moving on to panel C4. We're going to add one piece, D20, and that is going to help hold things together, I think. D20. We had that D board a minute ago. Yeah, here it is. Where's D20? There it is. Alright, so D20. Is there like a direction this needs to go? Because I really can't tell. Okay, they got a little close up there. See the little close up showing us. So the D20 goes with the arrow pointing to the right. But here's the tricky part. With the tab pointing out. So why this is tricky is because it's not ink side out. Usually we always do everything inside out. The ink is on this side, but it's not relevant. We're going to flip it that way. So that you're going to have in the upper corner, you're going to have a notch, and then you're going to have the arrow pointing right. If I'm reading these instructions correctly, which these instructions have been pretty whack all build, so it's entirely possible that I'm doing this wrong right now. If you want to just watch and then, you know, wait and see if I've done it correctly before you commit. Anyway, I'm committed. Let's go. C5. What do we got? Here we go. C5. We're going to slap a D12 on each end. Easy enough. Brings us up to piece 130. So 2 D12s. That's what we need. Is that it, the D12? That's a stupid piece. Is that gonna even... Wow, yeah. Alright, I mean, I'm sure they have their reasons, but probably stupid reasons. Okay. Alright, that's... Okay, yeah. This is fine. I take back my calling it stupid. Something else is gonna go on the outside of it. This is just like... It's basically just a spacer. It's like... You can think of it like a washer. I think. This is my guess. Alright. Why do those look slanted? What is going on here? Is this like an optical illusion? Why do they look slanted? Like one of them is way over. Yeah, I guess that's just how it is. Yeah. Basically, one of them is right up against the wood, so it can't help but go straight. And then the other one has like a 1/4 inch at least here. So if you push on them both, it's going to slant. So don't push on it. Okay, maybe this is a stupid piece after all. Alright, where's 6? Some special instruction here? I don't know. Alright, what do you think? Does ours look like theirs? Yeah, pretty much. Alright, so that was 5. Moving on to 6. I think that was way over here, wasn't it? Alright, 6. We're going to connect. What? What is going on here? I never figured out what they mean by this symbol. Actually, that's clearly a gear they're showing there. Is there a gear? They don't have a label. Like, I don't know if that's a gear symbol or if that's a gear piece that I'm supposed to be attaching. Hardware shaft. What the hell? Oh, that's what that... Remember that piece I said is not a screw? That was apparently a hardware shaft. Alright, so I think we kind of have to do 6 and 7 together. Because 6, it's like lining up the two pieces. So the D2 is the new piece, and then 7 is slipping in the hardware shaft, which is this little piece of metal that's not quite a screw. And even that seems like it needs to connect to the next piece, otherwise that's going to fall out. And the next piece is adding the previous thing we built, which is not going to help keep it together. So it is going to fall apart. Yeah, I don't know. This puzzle is, I mean, we should have known from the title on the box being misspelled that it probably wasn't going to be the world's, like, greatest puzzle. And that, you know, in that case, had you judged the model by its box cover, you'd have been correct. It's not the world's best puzzle. All right, so let's just do one thing at a time. Instruction 6, we're just adding D2. Now, D2 is obviously not going to stay attached until we put that hardware shaft through, but we're just going to do the one piece for now. Is this D2? Does it have a little teardrop at the top? I see where it says D2 here, but it's kind of just like free floating in the air. But everything else is labeled exactly on the piece, so this must be D2. All right, so D2 is going to go here in some fashion. And then in the next instruction, we're going to put the hardware shaft through it. And then I guess pull it this direction. Is that what's going to make it tight? Probably. Let's try that. All right, so instruction C7, we're going to add piece 132. Excuse me. All right, instruction C7, piece 132, which is the hardware shaft. Might have to cut this stream short. My voice just started cracking or something. Excuse me. All right. Trying to find that non-screw piece. There it is. I see it. Is there going to be a lot of... Oh my goodness. Is there going to be a lot of force on this piece? Why have they decided this piece needs to be metal? All right, it's through. Ah, okay. It's kind of got a ridge on this back end. And when that ridge goes in, it kind of clamps on. So it actually is holding pretty good in there. I mean, I think it's going to fall out eventually if with a lot of motion. Oh, and this is the claw. Remember we were looking at that piece? Like, how does it activate? This is how it activates, I think. I think this is the core of it. This is probably the center, you know? I'm just guessing, but I think so. I think I see where it's going. But did I put this on upside down? Because that's a fear. Double check yours. Yeah, it's on upside down. So I got to redo it. Now, remember how I was saying this thing is going to come apart after a certain amount of time? Well, it's now even weaker because I had to redo it. So hopefully you get yours right on the first try so you don't have to pull it back out because obviously it's going to be weaker when it gets pulled back out. All right, I think it's on now correctly. I hope so. Moving on to C8. What do we got here? C8. We're going to ignore this for a minute and we're going to push this aside and we're going to go back to this piece which we built a little while ago. And we're going to add 2 E4s to this end and a D5 sort of at the middle. We're going to put them on from the right side, not the side with the E1s. All right, so D5 and 2 E4s. So that's 3 more pieces. That brings us to 135 pieces. So D5 is here. So we again have to make sure we get it on correctly. I think this is correct. Study the shape there. It's a tricky piece. I consider it a tricky piece. Maybe it's easy for you. All right, D5. Are these pieces that have been falling off? That's the E board. Yeah, E4. E4 is what I need. Yeah. These are all E4s. So these pieces that have been falling off since day one, like all over here, we've got them sitting. These are all E4s. So we're going to slide 2 E4s on right now. All right. Definitely looks like we're building something mechanical now. Why didn't it ask us to wax the inside of that circle? It should have, right? Let's just... I'm not going to assume it. I'm just going to follow their instructions. But, you know, there is this gear symbol that we don't know what this symbol means. And I'm thinking probably that symbol means to wax, to add wax. Because they keep not being instructions to add wax, and they keep being a symbol that I don't recognize. And it would make perfect sense. Wax. That symbol means wax. So, all puzzle long, we've been ignoring that symbol, and it actually meant to wax it. You probably didn't. I notice people sometimes put in the comments something like, can you believe this idiot went so many pages before he realized he has to wax the gears? So, you know, hopefully I'm not saying that you comment like that, but hopefully you looked up the symbol and noticed that, in fact, the gears did need to be waxed, which, of course, they always do need to. So now we know what that symbol means, but I think we had been waxing stuff instinctively anyway. Anyway, not that it's a big deal, but now it's waxed. All right, so D5, that's done. Moving on to panel C9, we're going to add the piece D13 to C1. So we're starting something new. Pay attention to the front and back of C1. Okay, I'll pay attention. Make sure that that looks right, I guess. Ready for day 7? Wait a minute. No, day 6. Day 6. All right. Wooden mechanical claw. So here's what we got so far. You can see that here. And then what's left is a strap. So your arm is going to go in there. And I think your hand is going to grab this and like operate it or something. And I think we kind of got a tiny bit of that assembled. So I think we're in the home stretch. Let's see. We got a few pages left to go. 1, 2, 3. That's some bad photography. I just quickly redid these last few pages. Anyway, we'll get it done. I don't know if we'll get it done today. There's the strap, but we'll get it done. I think I'm going to leave all these little parts in here because, like, they fall out and I, like, take them out of the box, and then at the end of the show I put them back in the box, and it's like, I think I'll just leave them there. The only thing I'll take out is the wax and the screwdrivers and that pouch that I already took out. Oh my goodness, the screwdriver rolled underneath one of the pieces of broadcast equipment, but it was an accessible one. I got it back. I don't know if that's even on camera. There it is. That's the thing it rolled under. That's the first 4 cameras are on that. So that's kind of important. All right, got to be careful. I think things didn't used to roll so much when I had the padding underneath, but it didn't look as good. Like I like this wood vibe here. Like This is just my regular desk, and I probably bought my regular desk because I like it, and I like it better on camera. I had this like neoprene all black thing for like a year, and it was good. Like, it didn't make noise, it didn't scuff the desk, it held everything in place. It did what it's supposed to do. It was like probably more comfortable in a way on my hands, though as it got older, you know, it wasn't so much. Maybe if I like throw it in the washing machine once a week, if that's even possible for a neoprene desk cover, then maybe it would have been better, but I wasn't doing that. And it was getting all covered in particles. But more than that, I thought it just didn't look good. Like, yes, the pieces would like pop more because it would be this like very nothing black background and you would only see the pieces. But I don't know, I watched the old episodes before I had it, and I felt like this desk was like part of the charm. Like, it's like part of what should be here. It's like, you know, nobody was distracted by Bob Ross's hair. Or maybe they were, but, you know, it was part of the show. And I feeling like this desk is like part of the show. Of course, it means then I can't travel, because the neoprene, you know, desk covering I could put anywhere, but this desk, I mean, you know if I'm here or not. But anyway, this is my desk. This is what it looks like. And this is what we're going with. Let's look at the instructions. Enough talking about the desk. All right, so it says panel C9. So that's C1. C8. Yeah, C8. Wax that gear. 8 to me looks... Oh, no, it's this one. Okay. This was... Oh, you don't even see what I'm looking at. I picked up this and called it 8, but really this is 8. So this is done. So then the next thing is 9. So 9 is starting a new... 9 is starting a new area. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me take a sip of water. So 9 is starting a new area, and it's using 2 pieces, D13 and C15, and it has a note there. Pay attention to the front and back of C15. I mean, it looks like no one could possibly mistake for the front for the back on C15, but maybe they're talking about the sides. I don't know. I mean, front and back, it's kind of like, what do they mean by that? Like, I'm thinking like this is the front and this is the back, but maybe they're thinking this side is the front side and the other side is the back side. I don't know. Let's grab the pieces and, you know, maybe as we look at them, something will make sense. That looks like... Yeah, that's D13. Excuse me. There's D13. And we need to connect that to C15, which I think is this rather big piece here. No, that's C16. C15 looks like it fell out. So where did it go? It's not in the box. All right, C15 was just kind of laying there in between a bunch of pieces. All right, so I see now what they mean by front and back, and it's probably what you and I would call like sides. Like, I was thinking this is the front, this is the back, but I think they're saying this is the front, this is the back, and I'll tell you, this is the normally what we would refer to as the inside out rule. There's ink on this side, so it should be visible. So we should attach this D13 to the side without the ink, because that's obviously going to be an interior piece. I think it's, again, not really clear where to attach it to. I guess the only piece that fits, you know, there's like pinholes, small squares, and big square. So I guess it goes in the big square. I mean, it seems like there's nothing else you can do with it. I'll tell you though, the instructions are really not clear. And it doesn't fit in this big square. Or does it fit perfectly? I'll tell you, I know what goes on the other side, D16. But we'll wait for the instructions to say it. Alright, so that was piece 138 and 139. And that was panel C9. So we're moving on to panel C10. And here is 10. And we're going to take this piece that we built and we're going to somehow attach it to this. Maybe through that plus sign thing. Pay attention to the orientation. Sorry, let me show you what it says there. Pay attention to the orientation of the shaft. So they want to make sure you've got your shaft going the right direction. And I think that that's the smaller circles, or is it the bigger circles? It's really unclear from this picture. Do you know? Can you tell what they're trying to do? What they're trying to say here? You've got circles on both sides of this. They actually don't have circles on one side. How is that possible? Look at theirs. They only have circles on one side. Have we done something wrong here? We're going to have to backtrack and look through some prior instructions. All right. Small circles already there. Put through, then big circles. Right. So where are the small circles? Okay, that looks like the small circles on the left, and it looks like the big circles are going to go towards. So the big circles are clearly, the small circles are clearly missing from this picture, though you could argue that they're too far to the left to show up in that picture, because they do show up in this other picture. But the main point here is the side with the big circles. That's the side that's going to go into this plus sign. Is there an orientation? Because remember, one of these, like 3 of these 4 sides have pins, and one of them doesn't. Pin, 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 blank, blank, pin, 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 blank. So where does the blank go? We got to get that right. Presumably this is what the close-up is showing us. It seems to be showing us that the blank goes on top. So put the blank on top and slide the shaft in. It sounds like that's what they're looking for. So let's do that. All right, that's done. All right, the blank is on top. Yeah, I mean, I think I see where this is going. Do you? I don't. I was just faking it when I said that. All right, did we add any pieces there? No, we just combined existing pieces. All right, so the piece counter doesn't move, but we go on to panel 11. Panel 11 is just putting together 2 pieces that we already have. So again, the piece counter is not going to change. We're just going to take this piece and this piece, and we're going to somehow like put them together. Like there's a circle here, and I assume the shaft is going to slide into there. And then like what is going to go? There's got to be some like pins that line up or something. Oh, the circle actually goes like inside. That small circle is so small it goes through that other circle. And then I assume this is going to go in here. And it's going to have some, like this is going to go in here. And it's going to have some ability to move. Yeah, you can see that, right? You can like see what's going to happen there. So when you slide this, I mean, obviously it's like not linked together completely, but you can sort of see how it's going to work. And then maybe this is going to like push the thing that operates the claw on here. I'm not sure. We're going to find out. We're going to keep building it, and at some point, it's all going to come together. We're not at that point yet. I would like to put the C16 on pretty soon. Kind of lock things in there. All right, so that was C11. Moving on to the next page. This should be 12. Yeah, there's the C16. The 12 is kind of off the... Oh, you don't even see what I'm looking at. The 12 is kind of off the photography a little bit. But this is 13. So this must be 12. And what they're doing in 12 is they're adding the C16, which is exactly what we were hoping for. So that's C12 instruction. The 1/40th piece is the C16 piece. Again, we're going for inside out. And we've got the plus sign, and we've got these two lines. And we're going to get everything lined up. Oh, it's like coming apart in the middle. Not good. Okay. I put it back together. Probably shouldn't have been operating it so much before it's like fully built. You know, I think we always said that that piece was a little suspect. But I think this plus sign business is going to help keep it together. I can't get it to go in. All right, there we go. I feel like it should be tighter than this. That piece in the middle has room to fall apart. That's not something we want. I'm glad that this piece at the front is very tight, because that kind of holds the whole thing together. But that piece in the middle with that non-screw, I wish it had been a screw. I guess it's a non-screw so that you can spin it, but it also pops apart. You can see that it's already like not staying together. It's kind of loose in there. Like how long is this toy gonna last if this thing is already loose? Like, look at all that, like, I don't know. Even in the middle it's coming apart. Get in there with the needle nose pliers, if they're even wide enough. They're not. Alright, can we wide enough to grab one side and push it down? It's not happening. It's coming apart. I feel like I want a vise in here. Yeah. That's coming apart in the middle. I don't know what to do. I don't want to just hope for the best. I want to do something to make it stay together. I need to invest in some like mini vices, because it like often happens putting together these models. Maybe like binder clips or something like that. If I get a mini binder clip and stick it in there. I don't know. Something. It needs something. It's going to come apart. We're Alright. We're not going to do anything right now. Though look how bad that is. I mean, look at all that space. Crap. Alright. How about this? I want to put the screwdriver on one end and the needle nose plier on the other end. I'm going to push them together. Which side is the side that grips? It's actually this side. So I just pushed it out. I just pushed it the wrong way. Couldn't leave well enough alone, huh? I had to mess with it. Alright, I'm going to push that right back in. See, this is one of the reasons why I became a computer programmer. You can run the debugger and see how things are supposed to... See how things are happening. You know, you've got some help. Like this thing... You've got to push this thing, and then you do it, and it turns out you were going the wrong way and it made it looser, or I was doing that. You weren't doing it, I guess. Hopefully yours is better than mine. Well, I guess in this case you'd have to take it apart, replace the pieces. But if you're working on this like little toy model, you usually don't have replacement pieces. If this was like, if you were building someone's house, you could like, or their car, you could get a replacement part. You've kind of lost some money. This is completely falling apart on the inside. It's garbage. This thing is never going to work. We need to somehow clip it together. Why did they use that post instead of a screw? So bad. And my fingers don't fit in there. I got them in there, by the way. Alright, do you think we should put some tape around here to like... I just pulled the whole thing apart, but I think that's for the best. Because we need to address that middle section. So, I just pulled the whole thing apart accidentally. But I'm fine with that because this needs to be tighter. Unfortunately, I don't have tape with me. I do have wire. What do you think? I also have a white one. Sorry, I just bumped into the microphone like twice. I think it's better to use the black one. These are like the wire that if you buy some electronics, the cables will be like held together with when you take it out of the box. That's sort of the type of wire I'm using right now. I was just tired of that thing coming apart, so I put it together with wire. Did I do good or bad? Time will tell. I did something that I felt was correct. What's going on now? Is it correct? Did we fix it? I think we did. I think it'll look better when it gets some more parts added, but it is what it is for now. Okay, so we're moving on to panel C13. Alright, we're building something new here. Good. I'm about done with this thing. Let's build something new. Let's move on. I mean, it looks cool. There's the top, there's the bottom. We're clearly, building something. But I don't mind taking a little break from that for a second. So, we need a D14 and two D15s, and we're just going to snap them together. So that's 3 pieces, 143. D14 and 2 D15s. There's the pieces right there. Tiny little buggers. D14 and 2 D15s. And these are going to go together somehow. There's an orientation to get correct. There's an arrow there. It's a little like arrow. The instructions don't give a like blowout showing how it should go, but you can kind of see it if you look at it. Like, we can just match what they've done. They've got the arrow pointing to the right, and with the arrow pointing to the right, if that's the orientation, then when you add the D15s, they have a bump and they have an open pin, open slot. So the bump and the open slot go towards the back behind the arrow. So there you go. And then the same thing on the other side. But obviously the other side does, it's asymmetric. So there's a slot, large slot on one side, there's a small triangle on the other side. But there it is. There's the piece. Until we build the next piece on panel C14. And that involves sliding a C7. And as per usual, they give us very little instruction on how that looks after it's on. So let's scroll forward to 15 to get a look. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, so we're just going to slide that on top. They're showing something already in the back on 15. What is that? It's not on. It's not there. It's just appearing out of nowhere. I think it's this piece. I think they're showing it twice. Anyway, one step at a time. C14. We're going to slide panel C14 instruction. We're going to slide on panel piece C7. And that's going to be counter piece 144. So we're at C14 instruction 144 piece. And we need the C7. Sorry that this speaking through this just sounds like ridiculous. Again, the instructions, like, why does the numbering keep restarting so that I have to do A, B, C? It would be nice if it just was one set of numbers all the way through. Or if they reset like every page, I guess, then I would use the page counter. Anyway, there's a little nub here. You can see it on the C7. There's a little something there. And it kind of drops right into that little square. I just want to show you that. So, kind of drops down a little bit there. Alright, so there wasn't much going on in 14. Moving on to 15. Not much here either. We're just going to drop in the C6 piece. So that's 145 on the piece counter. C6. Is that one of those pieces that already fell out and I have to find in this box? No, there's C6. Hasn't fallen out yet. Kind of looks like those guards in Cloud City, their ship. If you had that old Star Wars toy in the 1980s or 70s, whenever it was. Alright, so we're just going to drop this in. It's actually going to tighten things up. I don't know what this little thing is we're building here, but I guess it's better that it gets, tightened up than it's falling apart. It's tough to line these pieces up. They're very small. Alright, it's in. Not completely. Oh, fuck. Oh, darn. Okay. Okay, that's in. There's still some, edge pieces. Maybe they're going to go in here and get squeezed together. I'm not sure. I guess we're going to find out. Panel C16. We're going to slide this whole thing we built into D17, which has a cross receiver. So D17, piece counter 146. Where's D17? Is that one of the pieces that's fallen out? What does it look like? It looks like a little character from Space Invaders, if you remember that old game. Yeah, I think that's it. I don't know. I don't know how it looks to you. Maybe not Space Invaders. Maybe I'm thinking maybe Castle Crashers, one of the enemies. I don't know. It looks like something. It definitely looks like something. There's the legs. There's the shoulders. There's the arms. The head is crazy, but yeah, it's a little tiny head there. Yeah, it definitely looks like Castle Crashers with the cross on it. All right. Okay, let's get this piece on. Enough talking about nonsense. Though I suppose if we didn't talk about nonsense, what would we talk about? The options are kind of limited. Wow, this didn't do anything for us. All right, we need it's loose. What is going on here? Something else needs to be shoved in there. It's loose. The piece is loose. It needs more. It needs more something. It needs more pieces attached. It's loose. All right. Panel C17. What will you do for us? They're just going to attach it to the larger structure. I don't know here. What do they want? What do they want from us? Okay. Insert into D14 hole. Okay. Attention during loading mark D5 into D14 long inner hole. I don't know, it's a lot about this D14 hole that apparently we need to get just so. Let's just pick up the pieces, you know, and look at them, and something will show up. All right, so we're working with the front end, the business end of this control piece. Hopefully those wires we put on aren't going to get in the way. All right. Oh, okay, there's a piece. Is that what goes through that hole? Is that what they're talking about? Let's try that. I mean, I don't know what else we would put through there, so I guess that's the answer. Seems like we should have put this in before we closed it up. Well, I guess you can kind of open it a little bit. I just opened it way too much. It's like you need to open it to get this piece down, but you need to close it to lock it in. This is not lined up, or is it? I can't see a thing. All right, from this angle we can see what's going on. All right, let's get that in there. I don't know if you can see it. Kind of dark in there, but trying to get the top of this piece to line up with the slot on the piece we're adding. And I think we just achieved that. Yeah, that's in. And then what? Just keep pushing it down? How far? It's out. I don't know, somehow it was in, but now it's out. Took our eye off it for a second and it was out. Alright. Try to hold it in this time. Come on. This is supposed to go down further, right? Oh man, there we go. That definitely went down. Alright. Is everything still in one piece? I feel like maybe it's supposed to go down further and so it can slide through here. Oh, those wires probably in the way. Those wires we put in. They're now in the way. This piece is probably going to help hold that together. Alright, let's get rid of those wires. Alright, so I'm going to snip them, and then I'm going to tug them. Snip. Snip. Tug. Wow, I just busted the shit out of everything. I busted the crap out of everything. And this thing just totally came back apart. And it doesn't go down any further. So we achieved nothing. We might as well have left that on. I was thinking that this new piece has to go in here. But I can't seem to get it to go down any further. There we go. Okay, this is gonna work. A little bit further. There we go. We're in. In like Flynn. Now, did it hold that thing apart together? Did it hold that thing together? It did. We're good. We're good to go. So basically we needed a temporary clamp, and that's not the first time that this puzzle has needed temporary clamping. I think it's the third time. So that's just a type of thing that happens in this puzzle. You need some clamps. If you've got some mini clamps, I guess this puzzle's the place to use them. Everything's working here. Well, why isn't this piece moving? It probably needs to attach to the other piece. Probably only one piece is moved, and then the other one's connected with like an axle, if you will, which is not in place yet, so let's not panic. Let's just keep building. All right, 18 for some reason is over here. 18, we're going to drop in two pieces known as D19. So on the piece counter, 147 and 148, we're going to drop two D19s on the underside of this structure we've been building. Now, I think these are great pieces that are going to hold everything together. But we've got a lot of notes here on the instructions. They're not very confident in us. Pay attention to pressure during installation, front and rear force of entry to reach 1 degree. So does that mean more force or less force? What are we building here? That looks cool. So pay attention to force, sorry. I had to do a lot of force on the previous instruction to get this down. And now we're going to, I guess, take some force to get these up. But it seems like they're saying pay attention to the force. Oh, it's going to pinch this stuff together. This stuff that we've been complaining is like falling apart. It's going to get pinched together by these pieces. So right now I'm holding them together with my fingers. And I'm hoping that I can slip in those D19s. And they're going to hold it together like for good. Like, we're not going to need the wires anymore. We're not going to be, like, praying for, you know, something to work out. I'll tell you what I'm looking for right now. Where are these D14s? D14? No, D19. Where are these D19s? Oh, there they are. There's the D19s. All right. So, these things are, if we can get them on, they're going to make our life better. Because they're going to pinch together that piece that's been falling apart. That's been not staying together. Yes, absolutely. That is exactly what's going to happen. Am I putting this on correctly? I think it goes the other way. I think it's the other way. No. Had it right the first time. So they say be careful with the force, but I would say be careful with the angle. You know what? You better be careful with the force too, because I just pulled this thing apart. Now we have to figure out how it was ever together. I think like that. Alright, I think I put it back together. Maybe, I don't know. Alright, let's put the other D19 on before we lose our courage. Alright, so I see what they mean about being careful with the force. Because while you're putting this on, you have a tendency to want to back this piece up, and if you back this piece up, you might pull it out of that D20, which is way up here, this sliding piece. So what I'm going to do is, for this second one, I'm going to support from the D20 with one finger, and with another finger, I'm going to guide in the rest of the piece, the rest of the mechanism. So I got my index finger on the D20. Be careful, it's on the wood of the D20, not the pins. I just pushed the pins out. because I had it on the pins, which might as well have been on the rest of the structure. All right, so now I got it on the panel of the D20, and my pinky, as needed, is guiding in the lower part. Ah, nice. That worked. That was good. Let's just get that finally on. Neither one of these is completely on, by the way. They're good, but they need a little bit more. As you can see, they're not totally on. Excuse me while I grab more water. Also going to check. I sometimes forget to check the comments. Okay, yeah. There's no comments anywhere. This piece is not going on. This one is on. It's flush. You can see this one is flush. This one is not. Do you think we should like start hammering on it? Or it said be careful with the forces. I'm going to put it on the edge of the desk and push it down. Wow, it's not moving. All right. Is it possible that... Oh, no, it's flat. I just didn't feel it move. All right, they're both good now. Maybe it was flat the whole time. You know what it is? It's this one's flush on the left. This one's flush on the right. So I think that was throwing me off. I was thinking that this one was high, but it's actually flush with this part. So we're good. That's done. We're moving on. All right. That was 18, so we're moving on to 19. Where is 19? Here we go. 19. We're just putting on 2 E4 rings. That's all we're doing in 19. Very simple. Pieces 149 and 150. 2 E4s, which I think we've established that these pieces all over this box are E4s. These are garbage now. Well, now I ruined a good piece of wire. Oh well. Okay, so E4s just drop on there. Why don't they say they don't need to be waxed? I guess they're... I would think that they should be waxed on the inside, but whatever. We're not going to be using this thing long term, but it'll be smoother with wax. Definitely that's a moving part, so it like makes sense to wax it. So like this claw, where's the thing? Okay, here it is. This claw moves, so, but it doesn't move this axle, so I guess it didn't need to be waxed. Okay. All right, I was a bit presumptuous. No wax needed on that E4. All right, moving on to instruction C panel C20. And it looks like we're snapping on a C8 piece, which is it's got some artwork on it. It looks like it's a nice looking piece. That's going to be 151. So where is C8? And it looks like C11 is going to go on the other side. So there you go. There's the C8 piece. Even got the logo, Y-top. That's the company. Some little chargers, some little fusion coil. Okay, this is some high-tech, like, I don't know, MCU villain type of claw, I guess. Alright, so you can use that cross as the guide. And then I believe these 2 slots are going to go onto those 2 pieces that are sticking out there. Makes sense, right? This is not going in. It seems like this is not the first time on this puzzle that the seemingly simple cross pieces are tough to get on. Maybe they're tougher than I'm giving them credit for. Or maybe they're tighter than they need to be. I leave it to your decision, your opinion to decide. One pin is lined up, one is not. So I'm going to get this side on. But then when I do the other side, there's going to be no wiggle room because this side's already on. There's another pin in the back here, and that one is again off. It's way off, actually. Have to lift this piece up a little bit. And it's a barbed pin, so it's going to be one of those ones that once it goes on, it stays on, but it's sometimes tough to get on. Probably that back one should go on first, because these front ones are not barbed. So anyway, when I was getting the back one on, the front ones came off because they're simple connectors, but the back one has barb. What I mean by that, there's like 3 pieces of wood. There's one piece of wood and it's slit near both edges, which allows it to like push apart a little bit. Like you got to squeeze it to get it in, but once it's in, it's a good connection. But then these front ones, they just slide right off. So we got to redo those. They're actually not even a big deal, these front ones, but if we can get them, we should. All right, we got them. What do you think? Do the other side next? Let's see what the instruction C21 says. Nope. C21 is 4 E4s, which puts us at 155 pieces. So we're definitely on the home stretch right now. All right, let's grab some E4s. One. They seriously want 4 of these? All right, 4 E4s it is. And they want them, make sure I got the orientation correct here. They want them on this side. And then what's the cap going to be? Like what's going to go on after that? It's definitely going to be some sort of cap on there. Maybe it's going to be more claw. Let's see. Have your guesses ready. Let's see what it is. C22. It's just a little pin. E1. Just a little locking pin, that's all. And that's piece counter 156. There. Is it E3? No, it's E1. I don't have any. Oh no, this is E1. I don't know why I thought it said E3. Alright, yeah. This is E1. It's just a little locking pin. I'm just going to lock this up. I feel like there should have been more, like, of these claw pieces. Like, why have there not been more of those? Like, we're locking this up when we only got this claw in the middle. Claw. I'm saying claw, but that's that. This is the claw. This is a lever. I'm going to start calling this lever. So the lever is only in the middle, but obviously there's going to be a handle here, but I guess it's only going to be attached at the middle. All right. C23. What is going on at C24? All right, C23, that's actually where that all starts. Wow, there's a lot going on here. D6 times 2. D1 times 5. E5 times 5. And I think they're in like a little alternating pattern. Like you put on a D1, then an E5, and you alternate. And those are all going to go on those 2 D6s. So what's that, 12 pieces? So that's going to bring us from 156 to 168. Wow. 33 pieces from the finish line, supposedly. All right. So 2 D6s we need. that it? Yeah, that's the D6. Looks like this is not the only time we're doing this. There's like 4 of them. There's 4 D6s. So we're probably going to do another one of these. Is this whole thing going to be a ×2? Because it is a ×2. All right, good. So we're going to advance this another 12 to 180. Wow, now we're really getting to the finish line. And we're going to do everything in double. So we need 2 more D6s. And then we're going to need 10 each of those D1s and E5s. D1s and E5s. All right. D1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now that's just 1 stack. We're actually going to need 2 stacks of each. Doesn't say to wax them, huh? 5 more D1s. They've generously given us 1 extra D1. You can drop 1 on the floor. You drop 2, then you're screwed. But you can drop 1. And then we're going to mix those with some E5s, which they've given us exactly 10 E5s. Exactly as many as we need. Wow, I can't believe we're getting like 24 pieces done so quickly and easily. Like, we're going to look back at this in the end and say, like, how did this take 6 or 7 days? Because at this point, I'm thinking it's going to take 7 days. I don't think I'm going to finish this today. Maybe. We're only 20 pieces from the end, right? But I got a feeling those last pieces are tricky. I think we're going to finish after we put these on. I think we'll save those last 20 pieces for the next episode. So the D1 goes on first. Now, there's 2 ends to this. But I think they're the same. Yeah, I don't think it matters. I don't know. Maybe it does, though. All right, let's do this. So we're just alternating D1s and E5s. Just one then the other, one then the other. Back and forth, till we're done. Don't lose track of like which one comes up next. I don't know why I keep doing things off to the left. Gotta get it in the center. I think because when I do it right dead center, the microphone is like blocking my view. So I often move to the end to get a good view. So you can see here. There's actually, you can see this camera. The microphone is like, yeah, you can kind of see it. It's kind of stealthy, but it's there. Anyway, it's like, trust me, it's between me and the stuff I'm trying to build. This, like, the POV cam and the microphone, they're like, when I start drifting to one side or the other, I'm just like trying to see what the hell I'm doing. I should become proficient at looking at the camera, like watching the monitor. Isn't that how some like neurosurgeons operate? They like don't look at what they're doing, they look at the camera. I gotta learn to, I'm not that this is neurosurgery, but I gotta learn to look at the camera. It'll help you that everything I do will be on camera, and it'll really help because it'll be like I'm absolutely seeing what you're seeing because I'm looking at the camera too. I'm looking at the monitor. I should be saying monitor. So that's what I'm doing right now. I'm not looking at what I'm doing. I'm looking up at the monitor. I don't know. Is this like tougher or easier this way? I think it's tougher. But I must learn this skill. I'm sure that the more I do it, the easier it'll become. If it's good enough for brain surgeons, right? I mean, it's gotta be good enough for I just dropped the piece. You probably heard it hit the floor. Well, that could be one sort of trick to this. Is that you don't have the full, like when you're watching the monitor, you don't have the full like spatial awareness of like everything that's going on. It's like you only see what's happening on the monitor. This is horrible. I can't even get these pieces in. Wow, I'm bad at looking at a monitor while building. Okay, luckily this is the last thing we're doing today. Okay. All right. I don't know what these are. I suspect something to do with this handle. Probably going to go in between those two pieces. But we're going to save that for episode 7. And we will finish this on episode 7. We're not going past. Maybe we're going to finish this today. It's only day 7. We just kind of wasted a lot of time. I wasted a lot of time. You did great. Anyway, let's try to get something done here. I don't know. I don't know why, but I feel like today is the day we're going to finish it. I mean, I don't have anything else on the schedule. Well, I do. I have a barbecue, but like 2. Excuse me. Sorry about that. I got to do a barbecue, just like family dinner barbecue, no guests. And normally I would start that about 2 hours from now, but if I start it 3 hours from now, like nothing bad's going to happen. If you just heard all those noises, I dropped the wax and then was rolling the chair to find it. All right, let's stop talking about the wax and the barbecue, and let's try to figure out what we're doing here. All right, so panel C23. That's a 28, so that doesn't look right. But maybe that was B28. What's this number? 1. Yeah, I think that was B28. So I think now we're in the C's. So let's check this out here. Does that look like something we've done? Yeah, that looks right. I think we've done that. All right. Have we done this? Yeah, I think so. On one side, right? Let's see. Yeah, there they are. There they are. So that's 21. We did 21. 22, yeah, it's the same thing. It's the little, like, locking pin at the end. All right, so I guess 23 is going to be what we do next. No, we did 23. 23 was building this. Actually, 2 of these. 23 was building 1 of these. 24 was the times 2. So here you go, 24 times 2. So actually, the fact that we built 2 of these means we did 24 already. So, no, I'm sorry. Even though the 24 is very close to that check, it's actually not. We're going to do 24 now. All right. Sorry for the misinformation. So 24 is, I can't tell what we're looking at there. What is that? It looks like, I'll tell you why 24 doesn't make sense to me. I see that they're adding 2 pieces, B4 and E3. But I also see that there's 2 pieces already there that we don't have. So when they're holding this, there's like another piece here, and the piece that we just built is connected. But how could that be 24 if we just built that piece in 23 and we didn't connect it? Is there more to 20? Oh my goodness, there is. So like these parts down here are actually also part of 23. Like, since when do you just... All right, so we're still on 23. Like, since when do you just do multiple steps and call it one piece? So here's 23. We build that. Then we do a times 2. So we build this structure with the D6 times 2, and we put on 5 E5s and 5 D1s, and then we do that times 2, and we call it H, and somehow we're still on instruction 23. So what we have to do here is take one of those H's and I guess attach it to the bottom there. And then we're going to need a D4 and a D10. So that's all part of 23 apparently. So let's do that. Let's find those pieces and let's do that. So here's an H. We got that. We're good there. And now we need D4 and a D10. So those are going to be pieces 181 and 182. The reason why I'm not attaching this yet is because it won't stay attached. I'm assuming that this D10 is the key to keeping both the D4 and the H in place. That's how I see it. I mean, study it for yourself. If I put that H there now, it's just going to fall out. If I put the D4, it's just going to fall out. If I put the D10, hopefully things are going to stay together, and I'd like to point out that the D4 needs to be waxed. That gear with like an Allen wrench next to it is somehow the symbol for wax. Don't try to understand it. Just accept that that's the symbol for wax. All right. So D4 and D10. Where are those pieces? Of course, we've got pieces falling all over here. They fall right out of these boards. All right. Can anyone read this? Oh, there's D4. And there's D10. And I almost popped out D11 by accident. There's 2 D10s here. We only need one of them. Probably need the other one for the other side. And probably that D3 will also go on the other side because it looks just like the D4. Probably a mirror image. All right, so we've got some connectors here on the D10. That looks like a rubber band connector. By the way, it needs to be cleaned out. There was some like crap in there. So that's probably going to hook a rubber band. And then these pins are probably going to go here and here. And that's supposed to hold that in the middle? No. This thing's still going to fall apart. Yeah, that's been a problem all along with this puzzle, is the pieces don't really... There's nothing really keeping them together until you go sometimes several steps beyond. So I'll put them together, but they're just going to fall apart again. Anyway, let's do it. All right, so one question with this D10 is, does the rubber band connector go to the top or the bottom? It looks like it goes to the bottom to me. I mean, it's a pretty bad like image there, but I thought it was going to the bottom. Let's see if we can get a better look at that. Let's see here. I still can't tell. Yeah, this is like... Alright, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take it off camera and put it like right up next to my eyeball and see if I can see it. The rubber band connector points down. It's at the bottom. The rubber band connector is here at the bottom. So the piece is going to go like this, with the rubber band connector at the bottom. All right, so let's do that. Wow, this is just garbage. This is not going to stay together. Not for a second. Oh my goodness. All right, I'm like losing pieces trying to do this. All right, let's start like with it completely exposed, then get it to flush, then let it drop, and then this is going to go on the top. What should we go for first? The stack at the bottom the circle at the top or the pin in the middle. I went for the stack at the bottom, and then the circle just fell on. And let's see if we can get this pin in. Come on, you mother. All right, let's try that again. Pin doesn't want to go in. There it is. There's where it's supposed to go. Does that look good? If I just squeeze it, I risk breaking the pieces. All right, I didn't break the piece. I felt something land in my hand, but it was this other piece, which I can just put back on. Okay. This is in no way going to stay together. But at least for the moment, there you go. It's, I mean, there it is. Soon to fall apart. Very soon to fall apart. And probably make us cry. But at least for the time being, I don't know. It's somewhat together. It looks like it's together. Okay. Finally, we can move on to 24. 24 is quite thankfully a locking pin, because we really need that, because this thing's about to fall apart. So it's going to go on that top hoop. E3 is the pin, B4 is the wheel, and hopefully this structure is going to be more sound after we put those two pieces on. So this is panel C24, and pieces E3 and B4 are 183 and 184 on the counter. E3 is the pin, B4 is the wheel. That's the D board. We don't need that. And there's a ton of pieces that have fallen out. So it easily could be, the pieces could easily be in that box, but you know, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. All right, yeah, we don't need anything from D. All right, here's E. So E3 is the pin. We've actually got 4 of those. We only need 1 at the moment. It's going to go in there, but with another piece first. And that other piece is the B4. B4? It's odd that we're doing the B4 piece after, but I guess that's... the B sheet is completely empty. There's no pieces in the B sheet, which means the B4, as we properly foreshadowed, is somewhere in this box. So we have to just look for a piece that looks right. That piece looks right. First one I picked up. I mean, it's a very recognizable piece because it has the plus sign in the middle, but then it has the 3, whatever you want to call those, 3 little, you know, pieces of wedges of pie. All right, so this is supposed to go onto here, and then the pin goes through. But it seems like there's nothing to attach it to. Like, is it supposed to be sticking out a little? Do I need to push from the other side? There we go. Got it sticking out a little. All right, now I get this on. Before I put the pin in, let's see if that little thing I did broke anything else. No, it didn't. We're in great shape as long as we can get that pin in. Sorry that the focus on the camera was jumping all over the place for a second. I was like more focused on getting this in before it falls apart, which I did. So what do you think? Yeah, okay, it's good. It's solid now. So what I needed to do there was push this from the back a little bit to get it to come out this side. Maybe you'll have to do the opposite, or maybe you'll have to do the same, or maybe you won't have to do anything. Maybe yours is perfect. I really don't know, you know? But that's what I had to do. All right, so moving on to... are we moving on to 25, or is there a multi-step to 24? No, we're moving on to 25. Absolutely nothing happens in 25. Am I missing something here? There's number 25. There's a picture. I think all they're saying is this thing that we just put on, put it together. Like line it up in 24, push it in 25. Meanwhile, in 23, we did 4 steps. So like we did 1 step across like 24 and 25, but we did like 4 steps in 23. That makes sense, right? I mean, I'm the only one who sees that as odd, right? I mean, I'm sure that everyone else thinks that's perfectly normal, and I'm the weirdo. All right, so I guess we're up to 26 then. What's going on here in 26? We need a wood stick. Wood stick number 2. So hopefully that's the one that's left, not wood stick number 1. We need 2 E4s. Now, what I can tell you about E4s is that they fell off like in earlier. So E4s are just sitting in the box. Maybe yours stayed together. I don't know. The wooden stick. We've got a wooden stick in here somewhere. There's the wooden stick. Some puzzles call it a dowel. They call it a wooden stick. So we're going to go from 184 to 187 on the piece counter for the 2 D4s and the wooden stick. And then we're going to assemble as... oh man, I didn't use this sandpaper this entire puzzle. And what's this like rubber padding? Maybe we're not going to finish this today. There's like a lot of pieces here we haven't even like thought about. Anyway, where's this wooden stick go? Alright, it goes somewhere through the top here. And the 2 E4s, they just go over here. Like, they just drop them on. Like, that's it. Just 2. They're just spacers. And I see a hole there, so I guess that's where the wooden stick goes. Oh, it just creates some, like, structure here. Because it's going to have a backstop in a second, so... It's going to be like, again, a spacer. These are all just spacers, because this is going to space, give some structure to the... actually, they're both on the width, the same kind of angle. But this one's going to give structure between these plates, and this one's going to put spacers on this axle. So 3 spacers, if you want to look at it that way, even though they're different types. One is a cross member, and 2 are basically essentially washers. All right, so that was 26. Check. Done. All right, moving on to the next page. Moving on to the next panel, which is 27. It looks like we're adding 1 piece, and that 1 piece is C11. It looks like it's quite a artistically painted piece there in 27. C11. We're just going to snap it on there. No problem. Piece 188. Are we 13 pieces from completion? I don't think so. It says 201 pieces, but what do you think? It doesn't seem to me that we're 13 pieces from completion, but maybe certain pieces don't count. I know some, for example, Roker, I know only counts the wooden pieces. All right, so the reason we put these 2 washers a minute ago is because this C11 is going to go on that same stack. So you can see 3 like slots on the C11. 1, 2, 3 plus the plus sign. So plus sign obviously is going to go here, and then you've got 3 tabs awaiting the 3 slots. There's a lot of ink on this piece. Obviously, it goes ink side out onto the structure. What's the problem here? Can't seem to get that to happen. Let me just go for any one of these pins that I can get. and then build from there. Right now I can't get any of them. Okay, I want this back one first. See if we can get that lined up. The reason I want the back one, I explained this before, it has this like barbed structure. So that's going to be a little more secure lock. Maybe that's actually argument to do it last, but anyway, I'm going for it first. It's not going in. I can't even tell if I see it there. You said, can we see it through there? Is it lined up? It looks to me like it is lined up. Do we squeeze it and risk breaking it? What to do here? We need to know that those things are pinched inside, because those like fingers, whatever you want to call them, if they're outside and I squeeze hard, they're going to snap off. I need to know that they're in there before I squeeze this. But at some point, I just have to go for it. This side got tighter. This side did not go at all. So it's not on. All right. I'm now trying to like rock it back and forth until it takes hold. There you go. That worked. The rocking worked. Okay. Now I got to get these front two on. And neither of them is going on either. I'm currently sweating. It's 79 in this room, so I guess sweating is to be expected, but I think it's also trying to get this piece on. I'm pretty sure when I put the piece on the other side, I also started sweating. Not because it's like physically difficult. It's like, I don't know, something about trying to get it done. It's like the type of sweat you would get going into a important conference in a deodorant commercial, like that type of sweat. But maybe also the 79-degree room contributes. Yeah, this piece is not going in. No, now it is. All right, that's done. My sweat can stop rolling. It's on there. All right. There we go. Yeah, okay. Did I ever charge this light? Yeah, it doesn't do much. Yeah. All right. What next? 28, I guess. So, 28 is 4 E4s. Just slide them on. Sounds pretty easy. That brings us from 188 on the piece counter to 192. No more E4s in the box. Finally, we used up all of our E4s. Okay, so there's 5 left here. Probably one of them's an extra. All right, so which side are we supposed to be doing this on? This side, right? All right, so 4 E4s. There you go. Should have went here. Okay, let's instant replay. 4 E4s. There you go. They're on. What else? Well, I see 28, and the next number I see is 31, so I guess it sort of changes direction. Yeah. All right, here's 29. 29, excuse me, 29 is a single piece. That single piece is E1. So we're up to 193, and we need an E1, which might have fallen in the bucket. Yeah, E1 is a little piece here that is probably in this bucket. What I call a bucket, you may call a cardboard box. Regardless, here's the E1 piece. So you can see this is going to be just like the other side. Moving on. Oh, by the way, that was 29. That was panel 29. The E1 was panel 29. All right, so the panel 30, what are we doing there? We're just attaching the H. So the H, and so let's just like, to get the credit, we're going to attach the H, excuse me. But really, there's more to do. Just want to get it, excuse me, just want to get it started. There we go, that went in. There's the H. But we're going to immediately move on to 31. And now we need D10 and D3. So this is going to be just like we did before on the other side. So D10 and E3. So E3 is this little pin. We don't need E3 right now. I don't know why we're going to need E3 in a minute. D3 is what we need right now. D3. All right, so D3 and D10. And D3, it needs to be waxed. All right, so here they are. D10, the rubber band holder. Remember the orientation it has to get when it's put in there. And then D3, and D3 needs some wax on its hole. So get that waxed up. What is going on here? Managing moderators can support your channel in even more ways. I don't know, YouTube is like telling me, I don't know, to promote people to moderator or something. I don't know, which is fine by me. I just not going to read it while I'm in the middle of a stream, but okay. So let me just look at the other side for reference. All right, so from this angle, because we now have it flipped upside down, it's kind of like the rubber band holder is pointing in the up direction. These directions are all relative. I mean, I have it upside down, so when it was the other way, the rubber band holder seemed to be pointing down. Now it seems to be pointing up. And now we're making the three connections: the plus, the tab, and the plus, the pin, and the cross. No, the cross and the cross, the pin, and the circle. Three connectors. Circle. You know what? Yeah, cross, pin, and circle. Yeah, the cross is where we waxed. The pin is the rubber band holder. No, the circle is where we waxed. The pin is the rubber band holder, and the cross is connecting here. At the moment, nothing's connecting. Excuse me. You know, maybe it's better. I used to stream. I'm streaming in the morning. I usually stream at night, and you would think like, oh, it's night. Your voice should be gone because you were speaking all day. But it's actually the opposite. For some reason, I can't talk in the morning. It's probably much easier at night. All right, so we are going to need this E3 at some point, but I guess not at this point. All right, so moving on to 32. Now we need the E3 and the B4. And as you recall, the B4s were gone from the sheet, so they're in the box here. I don't see it in the box. I might have dropped it on the floor and it's gone forever. Or maybe if I flip this over. Yeah, that's it. There's the B4. It even says on it B4. So you don't think I'm making that up. That would be a crazy thing to make up. Anyway, these pieces are 194 and 195. The B4 and the E3, and they are going to lock on this, I don't know, handle, whatever we just built. They're going to make it nice and secure. First, we got to get the cross on, then we put the pin in. It's not going on. Am I like not lined up or something? Come on. Where are you? It's not on. Still not on. Pretty sure on the other side we got this on first try. But not the case here. Oh, it's not sticking out enough. We need it to stick out. Push from the other side. We did have to do that last time. We had to push from the other side to get it to stick out. Alright, once it's sticking out, then you can get it on. There we go. Now we got to get the pin in before it falls back out again. And then we'll squeeze from both sides. And it should be fairly strong at this point. Of course, the rubber bands aren't on yet, so they don't really do anything. This one has a longer range of motion than this one. I'm not sure if they're going to move in unison. I guess they're going to... Does it have two separate functions? Like one opens and one closes? It might be. It might be that they're different functions. I don't know. We will continue building, and we'll find out. Oh, we put it on the strap? Oh my goodness, we're putting on the strap. Or at least we're starting to build the strap. Wow. Time to put the strap on. Alright, so the Velcro strap. D11 is a wood piece. The Velcro strap is just a Velcro strap. That's what it's known as. Alright, so those are pieces 196 and 197. And we start by just like threading D11 with the Velcro strap. It says smooth face down. Smooth face down. So this, neither side is smooth, but this side has the Velcro. So the Velcro-less side down, and then we're going to slide D11 on there. There's not that many pieces left. A lot of these boards are like empty or have like one piece left. D, not the case with D. We've got at least 4 pieces here. D11 is the piece we need right now. And we want to thread it smooth face down. So I think it's going to thread like from back here. And then it's going to go over the top. And then it's going to exit in the bottom. It doesn't say how far to do it. Like, how far should it be threaded? Maybe it doesn't matter that much. Just judging by the picture, I would say maybe like to here, like 3/4. I don't know. I'm gonna do 3/4. Let's see how that works out. There you go. There's the strap. Does that look like the instructions? I don't know. That's what we're doing, though. Moving on to C34. Looks like we're starting to kind of put this together. All right, it's 34. Okay, so D18 and D18-1. Those are two different pieces. Anyway, 2 D18s are going to attach to this strap. And those are pieces 198 and 199. 2 D18s. All right, so there's one of these actually called... Yeah, this one's called D18. This one's called D18, and this one's called D18-1. Don't ask me why they couldn't call it D19. Well, D19 is taken, but why they couldn't call it just like something else? I'm not really sure why. Are they identical pieces or are they not? I'm going to assume that they're not, and I'm going to put the D18-1 on first. So that's going to go here. It's going to give some like curved structure to this existing piece. So I'm putting on the D18 one first. The strap, the side the strap comes through, is the side this Y goes on. Alright. It's actually not easy to get this piece in. Accordion pieces, I call them accordion pieces. They're the pieces with these like slots that can curve. They are generally difficult to work with. If that curve is supposed to fit my wrist, maybe. I think not, but maybe. Alright, so you can see that this is going to connect to wood structure and then to rubber bands. We'll see that in a minute. You can just tell by the connectors. Like, these connectors mean that they press in and secure to wood. And then this is a rubber band is going to hook around this. I mean, I suppose it could not happen like that, but that's what it looks like. If you hear weird noises in the background, my son is trying to teach my dog to howl. But my dog is 11 years old. He's probably not going to start howling. I have seen videos, though, of people teaching, like, puppies to howl. I guess that can be done, but they say you can't teach an old dog new tricks. Although, I bet you if he offers her a treat, like, holds the treat and tries to get her to howl, maybe that'll work. Anyway, 35. Okay, so there's a check mark for 34, so check. Yeah, yep, check. We look good there. Alright, how's that look? Yeah, that's definitely a check. Okay, alright, so 35. Ooh, sticky pads. Not on 35, though. That's coming up soon. I believe this is 35. And it says, like, stick it to the, I don't know, the bottom of this other thing. I don't know. I can't really make out what's going on there, but there's some more circles, but they're in, are they part of 35 or are they 36? No, they're part of 35. Where is 36? Oh my goodness, this is another one of those like monster panels. There's like 10 sub panels to 35. We're basically 35 is the last panel. We're just gonna finish this whole thing, and it's all gonna be called 35. Yeah, there's no more pages. This is it. We're finishing this thing right now. All right, so the first part of 35. I feel like I should now change the panel to say panel C35 and then start a counter at 1, because this is the first panel of panel C35. All right, so the first panel of C35 is to stick the thing that we just built into the thing that we were previously building. And I guess to try to have the strap going the right direction, do you think what direction the strap is going matters? I'm going to match how they did it, but I got a funny feeling that it doesn't matter. It might even be like a preference, whether you're going to wear this thing on your right or left arm. Anyway, we're going to match what they did. All right, slide that in there. Can't seem to get it started. Is it like, seems like it's like not the right width or something. Well, once we get it started, it should go pretty good, but can't get it started. Oh, there we go. All right, now those rubber band pieces need to make it through those little tabs. Oh, there's only one rubber band piece. The other one's just a tab. Just a regular tab. Like to help secure it. That's it. It's in. Cool. Very cool. All right. So that's on. There's the strap. Wow. Should we like strap the strap? I don't know if we're supposed to, but All right, we strapped the strap. Cool, huh? How about that? The strap is now strapped. It's strapped on and ready for business. All right, let's keep going here. All right. What next? So panel 35, panel C35-2 is showing us 2 close-ups. No idea what either of those close-ups is referring to. Pay attention to the installation position of the rubber band. So should I attach rubber bands? Is that what they want me to do? Yeah, there's 2 rubber bands going on. So there's 2 rubber bands. And there's a 3rd rubber band. Alright, so we're going to add 3 rubber bands. That's what those 3 circles are about. The circle at the bottom is showing... There's 2 circles, actually. Well, there's 4 circles. There's close-ups of 2 sections. This one has 2 rubber bands. This one has 1 rubber band. Anyway. There you go. Get a nice look at that. Can you see those rubber bands? This one's easy to see. There's 1 rubber band in the middle. This one is kind of like, you see those vertical lines, like 1 on the right, 1 on the left. Anyway, that's what we're doing. We're connecting rubber bands, 3 rubber bands. So guess what? That's piece 200, 201, and 202. We're now officially, I don't know, through the looking glass, over the rainbow, whatever you want to call it. There's only 201 pieces on the counter, and we're up to piece 202. So let's do the single first. That seems like it should be easier. And there we go. There's the connectors. There's a single connector here and a double connector here. So I think the double connector probably is tougher, so I'll do that first. Oh, there you go. Did you see that slide when I connected it? I didn't see it. Let's hit the replay. All right, let's see. So I connect the rubber band, there, stretch it, connect it, and then it slides. Cool. Exit replay. All right, that was cool. All right. You know, you take what you can get here. In context, it was pretty cool. All right, so I see the connectors here. What are they supposed to connect to? They're not supposed to go around this, are they? Okay, you see the tops of the connectors. Where do the bottoms connect? And also, this looks like something should be connected, unless that's the piece that's going to operate the claw, which I bet it is. Sorry. The claw. So there's a piece sticking out here, but that piece is probably going to operate the claw in some way. Who knows if this is even going to come together and work. But anyway, we're going to try. Let's take one more look at those rubber bands, because I don't know how they connect. I see the top connector. That's very clear. The bottom connector is completely not clear. So we're going to pick up the instruction manual and see if that gives us any information. It does look slightly better. Oh, they go to the top. Yes, okay, I'm learning something. So so there's connectors at the top, basically. Okay. So these are the bottom. I mean, the lower connectors. And I think these are the top connectors. What are the top connectors? Just drop them on there. The only reason I'm suggesting that is because it lines up. There's multiple. You see this? 1, 2, 3, 4. Like I could connect the rubber band all the way up there. Is that what I'm supposed to do? Does that give it more power? Let's start with the lowest connection. I really don't know why there's 4 potential places to connect the rubber band. I'm just going to connect it to the lowest one. This is a double connector on both sides. I don't know which one's going to be easier to do first, but let's try this one. That doesn't look right. You see how it goes wide? And up here, it's not a double connector. So, All right, let's take another look at the picture. See if we can see here what is going on. Let's get a good look. Is it going around both posts or only one? I cannot tell what I'm looking at. I'm going to look off camera. I'll let you know. All right, I looked as close as I could off camera, and I still can't tell. But I'm going to go with it's just the outside connector. It could be that we're not even connecting to the right thing. I don't know. I guess we're going to find out whether that's correct or not. I don't know. Seems like it lines up with just that outside connector. But I don't know. Oh, look at this. Check this out. So when you push this in, that pin comes out. So there you go. So what does this one do? Oh, this is the one with more range of motion. Oh, this one goes this way. So this top one goes. So they have 2 different functions. So let me see here. So if you hit the one on this side, that whole top piece moves with the rubber band. These rubber bands not going to last forever. So enjoy this toy in the week after you build it. And if you hit the other side, then that pin goes. So they have different functions. Like this one with the big range of motion slides the piece on the top. And this one with the shorter range of motion sticks out that pin there. I don't know if you can even see what's happening there. You see that moving, that cross moving, right? So that's it. The action is there. It seems to be working. I don't know if it's going to operate the claw. That's sort of the big question, but it's doing something. All right. Now, I can't believe we're still on instruction 35. This instruction 35 is never ending. So we're going to add 2 sponge pieces. Tear off the sponge anti-stick paper and stick it to the positions shown in the picture. So the positions in the picture, one is on that strap piece. All right, one goes on the strap, and the other goes across this box here. So the strap, that's obvious. One goes there, and then one goes across here, so it's only going to connect at the edges. It's like a box. Anyway, we're going to put these 2 spongy pieces on. That's what they want. That's what we're going to do. Are they the same size? They are the same size. There's 3 of them, by the way. No, there's 2 of them. All right, yeah. They appear to me to be the same size. So you can put either one wherever you want. And those are pieces 203 and 204. So One goes in here. Actually, this one also only connects at the edges, because they're raised. And then this one goes here. I'm just going to center it. I think it probably doesn't have to be perfect, but I don't know. Hopefully you do yours perfect, but I'm doing mine the way I'm doing mine. All right, there's 2 pads are on, whatever that's worth. There they are. And that's what they look like 2 pads on a piece of wood. All right. I can't believe we're like attaching these 2 structures that we spent all this time building as like the 5th panel of panel 35C, as like the 5th sub panel. Wow. Okay, so this is when we find out whether it works or not. We're going to drop the top piece onto the bottom piece, and either it's going to work or it doesn't. You know, either we're going to celebrate or we're going to cry. It's like Michael Jordan takes the shot before the buzzer goes off. The buzzer goes off, the shot approaches the basket, and, you know, if it goes in, you know, championship. If it goes out, no good. So let's see what happens here. All right. Take the base. Match the orientation of the instructions. Pick up the claw. I don't see where it connects. It's showing like these 2 teeth go in here, but like how does that make sense? Does that make sense? And then what? Oh yeah. And then it's going to drop onto the claw, right onto that button piece. But like, does it just sit there, or is it going to connect in any way? I see where that, oh man. I see where a spot for that post, but it's like it doesn't go. I think I need to open the claw before I connect them. I think the claw needs to be opened. It's been so long that this claw is not seeming to operate. At least one of them is not moving, and it needs to. There we go. Okay, now it's moving, but it's not staying. All right, I don't need it to stay necessarily. I can like sort of keep its mouth open and try again. Still no good. Still not going on because of what is this piece? How do we move this? This piece needs to slide back or something. There we go. Close open. That piece absolutely does move. Okay. So you need to slide this close open piece to the open position if you want to get this on. All right, let's see. That looked good for a second. Did we do it? All right, let's see what happens. I feel like something's happening, but I don't know what. This piece is now not moving. Is it supposed to move something? Is it supposed to move that crank? I feel like if I pull on it, I'm going to break things. Yep, I broke things. All right, well, if I get this working... This thing is just like falling apart. All right. If I get it working, I'll show it, you know, at the beginning of the next stream. And then when I do the compilation, I'll put it together. And it'll look like it worked at the end of this. But, you know, that's if I get it working. I might not get it working. But let's put it on regardless of whether it works or not. Let's see if we can get this strapped on. All right. The claw. All right. Strapped on. Well, it doesn't... I mean, I've clearly broken it, but you can see how it's like supposed to work. Perhaps I'll come back and demo it working, or maybe when I do the compilation, I'll just find video on the company website of it working. And it will be like, you'll see me building the whole thing, and then at the end you'll see some like someone else's arm operating it, because I probably can fix this, but you know, if I can find a video of it working, I might not bother. All right, so that's it for now. I'm John Rapp. This is Just Rest Your Eyes. Good night, and see you tomorrow.